Right back.
Okay. We're live. Welcome, everybody, to the Sleestakians Variety Show. I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestak. Sorry for the wait. I'd like to welcome Tara Reina Vlog and Bahood Tup. I hope. Oh gosh, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Hey, Timberghini, always a pleasure to see you. And Timberghini was asking about, like, say, politics and the whole thing about politics is the election results we can't really talk about, and there's a certain virus we're not supposed to talk about, or either of those could get the channel struck. But
I thought we didn't do politics on this show.
Huh?
I thought we didn't do politics on this show at all.
Well, that was mainly for Daniel's sake, but he's not around most of the time anyway. So,
that's good.
Hey, Jeff After Dark. But yeah, well, there's lots of people who watch with different political views anyway. So Ada,
I'm here anyway.
That's the thing. Welcome, Daniel. But yeah, I have relaxed the roles that I.
Well, I mean, if I'm not here, I mean, you can, I guess, go ahead. But it's just most of the time, like I was telling Lorenzo, we should probably try and avoid most, if not all of them.
Yeah. So that can get kind of. Then you'll say that, and then you go into a bunch of like stuff about
random shit
politics, which is actually the most divisive politics there are out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Because it's just focused on stuff that people can't change, like all your left-handed Norwegian unicyclists talk. I don't know. Well,
I'm not sure where the unicycle thing came from, but okay.
I've always wanted to see one of those left-handed variety stores, you know, where you go in and everything's all left-handed.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Like the left-handed nunchaku.
And so I'm highlighting Daniel's message. So Daniel also is High Tier Comics. Daniel Vega. He also not doxing me, doxes himself on Twitter.
I do that all the time. Quite frankly, I don't care.
Yeah, Daniel Vega from High Tier Comics, and aka the Tech Corner, aka what is the hell is it? Vega Illustrations.
Vega Illustrations. Yeah, I got a lot of company idea names and what have you.
So. Yeah, you got like a gazillion different. Welcome back, George.
All right.
And George is now at the bottom of the screen. Like,
do you guys know who Leah Kemp is?
Huh. Who's that?
No.
She was a colorist for Brett Booth. And there was a little bit of a kerfuffle on Facebook earlier. I know you guys don't really hang out on Facebook. You guys pretty much hang out on Twitter and whatnot.
Well, I use Facebook, but I might go a couple of weeks between logging in, but I do have a Facebook account.
But anyway, there's a little bit of a kerfuffle. Apparently, someone took her art or her colors. It's Brett Booth's art. He's the one that did the pencils and inks and stuff on it, and put it on a T-shirt and then tried to sell it without her permission. And I was like, "Oh my god!" Mindy was too, and we were looking at it. And we're like, "Man, that looks so freaking familiar. Where have we seen that before?"
Master Gunam Blogger. I hope I pronounced that right. So yeah, and I sent you this YouTube link that if you could share the screen and play that. I can't. I'd like to be able to share the screen, but I'm on my phone.
Oh, you are? Okay. Well, maybe George can do it. I don't know. How can I?
Yeah, somebody who's not on their phone can share the screen, but I can't.
Well, unfortunately, I'm currently blocked by YouTube, so I can't even do video playback
Wait, why are you blocked by YouTube?
because I don't want to take off the ad blocker thing.
Oh,
Is
well,
it-
okay. I
and the
thought you
funny,
actually did. I thought you did something that like pissed them off.
no, I just
Oh,
well, technically that's what pissed them off because like I
and
can
now
go
we
to the
lost
website,
George.
I just can't play any kind of video of any kind.
Now we lost George. I hope George will come back because it's
Hmm.
supposed to be him drawing.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Who else can do
So
high
it's
tier
not. Yeah,
comics? Can you share your screen, high tier?
Um.
he's
Well,
sharing
what
it now.
I'm sharing it now, but what? Where's the link coming from?
If you go into the back room, the chat back room chat right there. I put it back there. You can just get it from there.
I can't. Well, I don't see anything other than what I wrote in the private chat.
Yeah, it's in the private. Oh, here, probably because you came after. Here, I'll paste it again. How about
Yeah,
that?
I can't play it because, as I said, YouTube has me blocked, so I can't play back anything.
Oh, well, crap. How are we going to get it played? I'll be back. Get my laptop.
Okay. Anywho, yeah. So apparently YouTube is enforcing a if you're using an ad blocker of any kind, you're not going to be able to play back anything. So yeah, I can't play back anything because I refuse to take off ad blocker because I was mainly using YouTube just to play music. So, but the thing is like they like to put an ad before, after, and sometimes during a song, and I'm like, it's a 3 minute song. Why are you putting an ad between the song? So like, yeah, you know what? I might as well just go to Pandora. Yeah, they have ads, but at least they wait like 10 songs before they give you an ad.
Okay. This is odd. I can't hear anybody.
Hmm.
This is odd. I can't hear anybody. Where the heck did the mic go?
I don't know. You can't
This
hear
is
me?
really weird. People are dropping like flies around here. Welcome,
Can
Carrie and
you can still
Animal
hear me?
Q, Unknown Existence. That happens to me a few minutes ago when I tried to watch an Alyssa Clips video. Oh, I think I've been seeing Alyssa. Is Alyssa Clips the person who shares out all those unknown existences? Is Alyssa Clips the person who shows out all like a lot of is it like Eric July and Nick Regatta stuff?
I guess.
We lost a few people here. We
Yeah.
had Dylan from Octagon Princess. We had George, who is supposed to be drawing
Stuff.
an image of
I don't know.
me versus Joe King in the style of
Nah, 1, 2, 3,
kind of
testing.
like the whole Gorn versus Spock, and not Spock, Kirk, Captain Kirk.
I don't know. It's weird. So I guess YouTube is really going at it.
So I'm going to look and see if people have wrenches. If you like what you see, please like and share the stream. It really helps us out.
This is weird.
Now I can't hear you at all.
Oh, what? Come on.
Oh, now we can.
Okay, I was about to say.
You're welcome. Anyway, the folks, the link is in the chat. It's a pinned link.
I was like, I don't know what's going on. This thing with YouTube is just, I guess, it's messing with everything. So in their attempt to, I guess, block everybody or block those who are using ad blockers, they mess up themselves, I guess.
That was weird. When I went to look at the I don't know where George went. This is really confusing. He was going to go and try a different way of screen sharing, and I was just sharing Daniel's screen just to, because he hadn't shared his screen yet, and now he's gone. I don't know. Maybe he's having some software issues. Embrace for Sleestakians shall rise again. And ahoy, Jack Stafford. Welcome. Always a pleasure to see you. Folks, if you like what you see, please like and share the stream. The reason I'm laughing is this has got to be one of the strangest streams in a while. Well, I don't know, a few weeks ago, my Chromebook was crashing, so that was pretty strange. Oh, and Risey was on last week. Using some colorful language. Yeah, I don't know what happened. What the heck happened to George? That was weird. So, what are you showing on the screen right now, Daniel?
Oh, it's from my own story. I just kind of went back into the Muse stuff. Right now, I'm just redoing page 1. So
What's it called? Detective Muse?
Yeah, Detective Muse Agency. So instead of having this one page thing, this one spread on it, I decided to just turn it into a multi-panel so I have more story to tell. And then and work on things like my buildings and whatnot.
Okay. Jack says it has been a strange night in many ways. And indeed, gosh, I'm not sure what the hell's going on.
Oh,
I'm gonna check and see if I got any messages on Discord. I have no clue what's going on.
No. If you all have Game Pass, they put the remake of Dead Space 1 on the Game Pass. So if you haven't played it, which like I haven't, you can play it either on your Xbox or your PC. I guess the only thing you're not getting is like the deluxe stuff, I suppose. Which I don't think is a big loss. If you play the game normally, you can end up getting that suit anyway, or any of the.
What happened?
Okay, they put Dead Space, the remake of Dead Space, on Game Pass. The only thing is like you're not gonna get like the deluxe stuff that you would get if you ordered the deluxe set. So you won't get like the extra costumes or any extra incentive, I guess. And then but it's gonna be on PC and your Xbox. Like, oh yay!
Wait, so it's missing some stuff?
It's just the deluxe stuff, like an extra suit and some extra, like you say, some extra skins for your armor.
Hey, quiet.
So welcome back, Mike and
yeah,
Piper.
Hey.
Yeah.
So
All right.
I'm trying to figure out this is kind of a
Been an odd day.
yeah this is an unusual night. We're losing people and gaining people though. So
I have a fantastic thing to present.
are you able to share your screen?
I am. I'm on my laptop now.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, glad somebody.
I will share it and see if it works.
So, Rick,
Choose what
are you still at your old place?
Yes, I am. I figured I'd come on for one last time at this place.
It's good. It's great that you were able to join us.
As you can see, my place is practically
Oh,
empty.
OMG, Rick is in the building, says Shinobi,
Yeah.
aka the head ninja. Shared your
All right.
video.
So this was the question.
My Liga. Renzo Sleestack, I shall sit in the corner and wait the orders from above. Well, thanks to Shiny Hunter. I really appreciate that. So you got you got something to
Show and
share?
tell.
Yeah, we're talking to a friend of ours. Her name is Leah Kemp. She did the colors for Brett Booth on this piece.
You're saying that you're talking about some sort of merchandise that somebody came up with.
And we were like,
that she came up with.
They take the shirt. They took her art and Brett Booth's art, and they put it on a shirt, right? So we were looking at this, and we're like, "My God, we've seen this before. Where have we seen this before?" And we were thinking, and then look at this.
So do you have the thing to screen share?
Yeah, can you see it? I got it on the screen share.
No, I can't see Jack Diddley squat.
There's not
I see.
Share the tab. Share the tab.
How do I share
I don't
the
see
tab?
anything. It should be showing up in Geass on my phone.
I'm sharing everything right now. It says the entire screen.
That's odd because I get a giant now.
It says StreamYard is sharing your screen. Here, I'll try it again. I'll just do the tab.
Oh, that could work. We're in the Twilight Zone.
Let's go to presents. Share screen. Chrome tab. Here we go. Share that.
Oh, this is really weird.
No.
This is really weird. I'm not seeing anything. I can. Okay, now I am. Okay, that's weird because it didn't give me any notification that there was. It should. There's a more tab on the phone, and it should have.
All right, so you can see it now, right?
At least I was able to share it.
So anyway, we were like, "Where
took this?"
That was Brett Booth and Leah. She did the colors.
And they went and put it on a T-shirt?
Someone did, yes. Leah Kemp. And we were like, where have we seen this piece before? And I was like, holy shit. Well, I'm going to come over here and we're going to share it again. I don't know if I can just switch tabs. Nope. I have to go to, boom, there. And look at that.
It's a little different.
They can't
see
it.
It is? You can think that it is, right? That's why we made this. Are you ready?
Wait, that looks like Larry from Niobe.
I hope you're ready, because here it goes.
I just saw it.
Pay attention to the lines.
So somebody traced the outline.
And his name would be Jamie Tyndall.
Well, not that on him, not
Huh.
Oh, just wait. We'll play it again, too. Don't worry. We're going to
So
go from top to bottom.
who drew the
Hang on.
artwork? Because I know that Larry.
Originally, Brett Booth drew the Rogue.
Who did the
Jamie
what?
Tyndall. The guy that I've said was a tracer for years.
Interesting. It has begun. Punky Pink Slushies bow down to you, superiors. The mighty Sleestakian army has come to rule.
Here you go. Look at this. Look at all those lines. They're exactly
I
the
see it
same.
says Gap After Dark. It says thief. Yeah, I'll say alleged thief because for legal purposes, but it does look kind of similar to me. I mean the pose. The pose looks very, very similar. The characters, the colors are quite different. But yeah, allegedly thief. Huh, that's interesting.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it is.
No, unfortunately, you can't really bang on people for stealing a pose, because if we do that,
you can't bang on people for stealing a pose. No, but you can bang on people for stealing line art. Look at the lines that are exactly the same. They're highlighted, and they go from one character to another. He grifted the lines.
Interesting. Yeah, those lines do look identical to me. I don't have the best vision.
I'm not saying you can't do the same pose. I'm not saying you can't draw something similar.
The Shinobi's got a good question. Have you talked to Larry about this?
What I'm saying is,
are you and Larry on speaking terms?
Oh no! Look at this though.
I think
look at
I
these
think
lines
this is
that are
something
exactly the same. Even her
I think
eyes.
somebody should talk to Larry about this.
Yeah. You need to let Larry know
There's
about
really
it. Someone needs to let Larry know about it.
Oh, he'll find out.
He'll
find out, especially after tonight's stream, me being on Lorenzo's stream. He'll find out. But I've said Jamie Tyndall was a tracer for years. I've said it for years.
Hillbilly Parmex.
There you
Always
go.
Great to see you.
Look at this. Look at these lines. Watch the white lines blend straight into the lines that he drew.
Looks like you got messages popping up on the screen. I want to be careful with that. Wait. So should I zoom out? I don't want to dox anyone's messages. Let's see.
Yeah.
There's messages popping up on your screen, Mike.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, I'm not focusing on your screen if it's going to dox people's messages. I tagged him on Twitter, says Shinobi. Thanks, Shinobi. Appreciate that. Mm-hmm. And Billy and Powermax had Ninja Hail. Well, many is original, a lot is also copy pasted and changed slightly. Yeah, there's kind of like what Led Zeppelin's been accused of. I think, as far as their performances, awesome. They do awesome performances, but there'd be a folk song, and a folk song called "Dazed and Confused," and then Led Zeppelin had a song called "Dazed and Confused." Lyrics were different, but music kind of similar, things like that, and that's led to that band being sued. Kind of, anyway. Just think about that band lately, Led Zeppelin, classic band, but whether it be music or comics or whatever, this is a big controversy that goes on. Is that somebody will have something, and somebody else will have something that looks very similar, like they're using
the jacket,
skeleton for their own
eye, hairline, one of the breasts. I mean, this dude, that's a lift. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know if you're still.
That's a lift.
Let's see. I can. It went back to your screen because before there were some. I didn't want to show the chat messages or whatever. Now, give credit to the original artists, and all should be good. Never claim copy piece of art. That's not your IP. Oh yeah, never claim. Yeah. I don't know what the hell's going on, but that's it definitely. I mean, it looks like you lay the lines right on top of each other, and I mean when you lay
the jacket right there. Watch the jacket.
They look identical to me. The parts that were pointed out.
And these are just a few of the ones we highlighted. We could have done a whole lot more. There are a whole lot more lines that are lifted from this piece to the other piece. Little ones, but they're still there.
I did a part 2, and you can see just the part 2. So you want me to send it to you?
That's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, that was interesting. I thought that would be,
Yeah,
good.
I do think it's interesting. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I'm just not a fan of people that do this. I just.
Well, I definitely think that's something that I'm not a lawyer, but that seems like a situation where a lawyer might end up getting involved or something.
Look at that. Boom.
Yeah,
That's.
I think that's something that. Yeah, I don't know the laws concerning this sort of thing. It does look very similar to me, but I'm just a silly lizard guy, so I don't know. Yeah, talk about Niobe.
All right. Well.
Or actually, just
one of
the
the
artists
back on my cell phone. I'm going to get off of my computer.
Covers
I don't like
were
on my laptop.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said I'm going to get off of this one and I'll come right back. I don't like being on my laptop.
Okay. Like there is so many ways to draw a character. Well, that's well, there. One way some people draw a character is, and I'm not saying this is definitely for sure, but as some people will trace somebody else's line art. And my understanding is that happens, but that there's a lot of people who frown upon it, and I'm not sure the legalities of it. I'm not a lawyer. It does look similar to me, very similar. At least those different lines. It looked like Mike was laying one image, right? I mean, like when Mike laid the one image from the Niobe comic right over the other image, it looked like the lines matched up perfectly. So, I mean, it could be just like one hell of a coincidence, but I don't know. I know that even what was his name? Oh gosh, I can't. George Harrison from the Beatles. He was saying he had the song My Sweet Lord, the Hare Krishna song. And music's probably a different thing, and I don't know, maybe that's handled differently, but that was so close. They were whomever owned the rights to He's So Fine went and sued and said that song is way too the My Sweet Lord song. George Harrison claimed to write. Well, George Harrison was not only sued but lost the lawsuit, and I don't even know that George Harrison meant to even rip off another song. I think the ruling was that even if somebody was exposed to the song somehow, like maybe they just heard it play one day and didn't even intentionally copy it, that they could get in trouble. And the thing is, I think with pop music, there's a lot of Western pop music. There could be kind of a limited number of, I don't know, what would it be melodies, or what would that be called? I mean, it could be very easy for somebody just to use, so one little portion of the song, it sounds similar to another song. So I'm not sure what the laws are as far as artwork, as far as like comic art, though. You guys still there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm rambling on. Let's see.
Weird.
Shinobi says, I'm not that good with it, but a lawyer who deals with copyright would be the guy to turn to for this kind of thing. Yeah. That's my point. I'm not claiming to be a lawyer. I'm not claiming Jack Diddley Squad. It looks kind of it looks like something. It definitely looks like something worth investigating. I mean, how many artists have done homages to the Dark Knight Return?
Unfortunately, like a lot of people have done a bunch of things. Some have done homages thinking, it was going to be fine, and then it turns out, oh no, you did copyright, and they get striked down. So it's kind of hard to tell what's. So it's kind of hard to tell which is okay and what's not okay.
Well, there's no such thing as a coincidence, as Gap After Dark. Coincidence or perhaps different vision for the same model with extra features is the Shiny Hunter. Oops, that's a coincidence. Is Gap After Dark. Until It Sleeps by George Harrison. Says Billy Parmax. Hill Nerds. Says Will from Creator Outlet. Creators Outlet. Always great to see you, Will. Apex Comics says, hey, Lorenzo, and greeting several different people. Always great to see you, Apex Comics. And of course, Mike Wheeler's back he was in the back, and he's back on the panel now. Welcome back, Mike. I just say Nelly to the Gap After Dark. People are greeting each other. There are 4 popular notes in pop music used over and over, says Apex Comics. Seems about right. The Shiny Hunter says Millie paid karaoke artists. People.
Oh, I'm back on.
Well, the thing with Robin Fab is he actually.
Well, the thing with Nini Bellini is that they hired vocalists to do their music, and then they just kind of used them to to make themselves famous.
Well, what happened was the guys
on or not?
went and they recorded an album, and then they they signed a contract, but they didn't. I don't think they had any lawyers. Then they play the album, and there's totally different people playing on the album. It's not them. So they had this guy who's like this respected, at the time, music producer, and they're like these two, like one of the guys I think was from France, and the other was from Germany, and like.
Basically,
So they kind of.
Can you guys hear
They
me?
didn't like it, but they kind of. I think maybe once the checks started coming in, they went along with it.
Yeah.
One of those guys ended up committing suicide. The other guy now sings with.
He actually sings his own music.
With one of the actual singers from like either the albums or I think the album, yeah. One of Milli Vanilli.
One of the people they lifted the music from.
Lip syncer is actually singing alongside one of the Milli people who actually did sing on a Milli Vanilli, because I think maybe they had gone through more than one. I think they actually had different singers. I don't remember if they came out with like a couple albums, but there were different singers or slightly different lineup on both, or how that worked.
I don't know.
But yeah, those guys actually did have talent, but these other guys, I think maybe those other guys were kind of older. They weren't as. So I think a bunch of people, if we believe I don't know if this was ever dealt with in court, but it sounds like a bunch of people got screwed over, allegedly. Both the Milli Vanilli, both the guys who thought they were going to, both the guys who ended up doing the lip syncing, who thought they were going to record an album, as well as the people who, welcome, Will.
Welcome back.
Welcome, Will, from the Creators Outlet. Yeah, so the people who thought they were going to be on an album only to hear the record, and they're like, what the fuck's going on? I don't hear our voices on there. And then those other people, I'm not sure if the other guys knew that people would be lip syncing in their place, So what I heard, it was the manager. Sorry, yet another story. X-Man by George Harrison. Shinobi said, some people get away with it and some don't. The worst that can happen is the judge throw the case out and yells at them for wasting their time.
Yeah.
Remember the controversy over Ice Ice Baby by Villain Ice? I don't remember that one. David Bowie. I can hear you, Mike, but I don't know about those guys. Interesting. Milli Vanilli was just scapegoats at the time. Yeah, that was my understanding. Easier to blame the artists than the company who promoted it. So that was the thing. It was a large one of those large multinational corporate conglomerates, and then like a respected music record producer versus these guys who were working at like Burger King, before they got signed, and didn't even have I don't think either of them had an entertainment lawyer, and they were both foreigners too.
Yeah.
So, no, yeah, like those guys could. You'd like that was another thing that was kind of weird was you hear the album and then those guys would try to talk in an interview, and at the time they could barely they not that they could barely speak English. I'd say they were quite fluent, but they had very strong accents.
Yeah, that's what I guess that's why eventually people will start questioning if they actually sung it or not because their voices didn't match up with the music, the voices on the tracks.
Yeah, the surviving member said that
how anybody
the record skipping thing wasn't as big of a deal as what like people in retrospect thought because they already did kind of that sort of repetitive thing where it's almost like a record skipping where they they'd repeat the same line, so people maybe didn't catch on to that at first. Lorenzo, this song Ice Ice Baby was a direct copy of David Bowie's song, just with different lyrics that
they copied was the tempo, I do believe
oh my whopper, I'm gonna meet music stuff says Apex.
All right.
Hey, Ghost Bird Rounds. Oh yeah, Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie.
Yeah, my Queen. Yeah.
So let's see. We've been joined by Will from the Creators Outlet.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. Just getting ready to do another episode of Boomer in a little bit. We're going to be
Boomer.
Okay, Boomer the podcast. The one that you like, Lorenzo, with the old comics.
Yeah, it was years ago. Years ago, I think it was. Now I'm trying to remember, but like when we're trying to figure out days that I stream on, like what day of the week should I stream on? E or T, that's who it was, suggested Thursdays. And like I don't think he's ever once shown up on my show. And he barely streams himself anymore. But then I took a break for a while, and that's when I started catching this OK Boomer show. And so you guys take a look at like classic comic books.
Yeah, we do stuff from with a few exceptions. We do stuff from Golden, Silver, and Bronze and Copper Age, and we just pick a book every week. And if somebody in the chat or somebody that's watched the show puts in a request, we'll cover that book. So a couple of weeks ago, we had a regular person in our chat, Alan, request us to cover Amazing Spider-Man 101, the first appearance of Morbius. So that's what we're doing tonight at 9.
I have that Marvel Treasury Edition.
Welcome, Apex Comics.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh no, man! You should hear the stuff coming out for the Spider-Man 2 game. It's like the heck.
Controversy Inc. says The Shiny Hunter. Folks, if you like what you're seeing, please like and share the stream.
Yeah.
It didn't quite work out the way I planned with George. I'm not sure what happened. I don't remember him at any point actually sharing his camera. I mean, he shared something on the screen, but I don't know if he was having technical issues or what the deal was. Because he was supposed to be drawing something, and
was it the
Captain
Kirk versus Soren and your appearance, and him and was it Joe? That Joe character, that furry blue guy.
Oh yeah, Joe King and
versus Lorenzo.
We're getting into a physical altercation.
Oh yeah,
similar to what happened with Captain Kirk and the Gorn.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Let's see that.
My favorite meme is Shatner when he's got both hands up like he's in a panic from that terrible body switching episode. And the Gorn is like right next to him, but they've animated them in the '66 Batmobile flying down the road.
Really?
It's hilarious.
Wow.
Oh, so yeah, well, yeah. So the Shining Hunter pointing out, you can see the same about Elvis. We were talking about Elvis
Yeah.
Presley. We're talking about people copying songs and artwork, except he sold it better and actually had some talent.
Yeah.
He I don't think he wrote any of his songs,
No,
or very few.
There's a lot of writers that wrote, especially Mac Davis. A little conversation, a little more action back in 1968. And that later became a huge hit in 2002 with the Ocean's 11 soundtrack.
Interesting.
Yeah.
He was the Shining Hunter points out he was singing. Elvis was singing other people, and put a bit of a twist on it and called it his own. Well, yeah, I wonder who got listed in the credits. Is the thing. I know he sang Big Mama Thornton's, and I don't know if she even wrote it, but she was the first to sing it. Song "Hound Dog," and like. They think it's about like some sort of pimp or something, and she ends up kicking him out or something, and then of course Elvis goes on television. It was like I don't know if it was the Sullivan Show or what, but
Yeah.
but with a hound dog. I'm not sure it was the same performance as when he went on the Sullivan Show and
Yeah.
was shaking his hips and got bit.
Too hot for
I
TV.
can't remember if they would even film that or if they filmed them from the waist up or how
Yeah, from the waist up.
in the
We
first
can't have the
round,
kids looking at that.
other people's songs.
Yeah.
We all do since the Shiny Hunter. Most not getting paid for it nor calling it their own music. Interesting.
Just the performance rights, the performance royalties. That's all they get.
The best Black Crow song is the cover.
Huh.
So one of the things that what's I wonder which one that is.
That's the Shaker Moneymaker.
Huh.
Shake,
Yeah.
shake, shake.
We did the original.
Yeah. I think that's the name of it.
Black Crowes also did a double disc where they covered nothing but Zeppelin.
And that's funny because Zeppelin was kind of a cover band to begin
What
with.
year did that come out?
I think like around between 98 and 2000.
Oh, wow. That'd be interesting to check it out.
This is one of those things I was talking about. I was starting to talk about earlier was that Zeppelin would actually, they'd have a song, and I didn't go into quite the details, but Jimmy Page, when he played for the Yardbirds, they'd have their own music on their albums, from what I recall. But when they go on tour, they'd sing like a blues song or maybe a folk song or whatever.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, then when he left the Yardbirds and they went on to be a co-founder of Led Zeppelin, all of a sudden they're doing these songs that he used to do in the Yardbirds.
Yeah.
Or very similar sounding, or similar enough sounding songs, but like Robert Plant would have different lyrics. So, and I'm not sure if Robert Plant was in on it or how, or
well,
the theory was that, or hypothesis was that Jimmy Page would change the melody or whatever, just enough not to get sued.
Right. Well, Robert Palmer and John Bonham used to be in a band together before, and they're kind of bluesy, and they kind of brought that on to Zeppelin. Of course, Jimmy Page being the originator, he was going to call the band the New Yardbirds before Led Zeppelin. Yeah, but Led Zeppelin pretty much took it.
Oh, Orville Nation. Hey, Orville Nation. Good to see you. Who is drawing? Well, right now it's
Me. It's me.
it's Daniel from HexAllen Comics, aka the
Okay.
Tech Corner, aka was it Vega Illustrations?
You don't have to go through all of them. Just
Well,
use my
yeah, I
name,
think
dude.
you have too many
Just
for.
one's enough. Huh?
I know once enough, man. You just go. You don't have to go
But,
through all the AKAs.
but
I
you
can
would
do that.
Oh.
I gotta do that on my own.
come on as a Tech Corner, and now you change.
Although I may have to find somewhere else to stream if I want to do regular stuff. Stream regular stuff on, because like I said, YouTube wants me to turn off my ad blocker for their thing, and I refuse. So I can't watch videos and I can't I can't play back music, which is mostly what I use YouTube for, was to play back music. So I'm using Pandora. It's like,
Oh.
but doesn't Pandora have ads too? Yeah, but they don't play an ad every in the beginning and end of every song, sometimes in the middle of a song, and then just keep going. They usually wait like maybe 20 songs down the line. But by the way, here's this ad.
Hard to handle. That's the song from
songs
Black Crowes.
on the whole Led Zeppelin thing. I think it is. Forrest Goes Bird Round says it's shocking when you hear the originals and you're like, "Whoa, they stole this." Yeah, some of the things, but some of the things I guess got ruled in court that they didn't steal it, or I don't know. It's kind of complicated because they're like looking up on Wikipedia, which isn't always accurate, but like Days is confused. There's a song by Led Zeppelin and also Jake Holmes, but like there are two songs, or they listed like they're two different songs, and maybe that's what the court ruling ruled. But so if you listen to the songs, the music is similar, but the lyrics are
different, right?
I think what happened was the lyrics were completely written except for the Dazed and Confused part. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's also
there's
a finite amount of chords you can play on a guitar. So.
Yeah.
Forrest Ghost Burt Reynolds says they ripped off James Brown a lot.
Yeah, I think a lot of people.
I guess.
James Brown.
Well, Mick Jagger stole his blues from James Brown. So yeah.
Well, the same can be said of Michael Jackson then for James Brown.
Yeah.
I think James Brown's like, yeah, that one I approve.
I think Michael stole it from Jackie Wilson. He is a big influence on Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson stole his bleached skin from Elvis, though.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
I'm not sure why. So what is the screen flickering for anyone else, or is it just me? It's
screen flickering.
Yeah, it could be because I'm on the phone. It could be some sort of.
Could be you.
Probably.
Yeah. I never live stream on my phone. I don't know how you guys do that.
Looking nice, says Orville Nation. Yeah. And the Shining Hunter says, and all of them stole from Little Richard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gary Davern intro is her
100%,
song by Rainbow. Did they ever prove that in
I don't
court?
know. I think they did.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah. So
it went to Little Richard's estate.
I mean, it's like everybody stole from everybody. It's just more proving.
It's like comics, characters. DC steals from Marvel.
Oh yeah, because because Aquaman, Namor, or literally
first. Yeah.
Who came first? Or Captain Marvel and
Shazam.
And Shazam, who came first? Or
Shazam came first. Actually,
Shazam came first. Marvel. We all know this.
That's a salt point for me.
Or Deadpool or Deathstrike.
Deathstroke and Deadpool, yeah.
Yeah, they're similar. But I do believe Deathstrike came first and then Deadpool.
Yeah, exactly.
Little Richard don't get the respect he deserves. He was an amazing artist. Yeah, he truly was.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I don't know. I think
Darkseid and Thanos, yeah. I'll see that.
I think with Little Richard, I'm not quite sure the deal, like if he enjoyed wearing makeup on stage, or if that was just his only, like that was some sort of thing you could use as a gimmick, or what. Yeah, but he was just a real serious, seriously talented, co-founder of rock and roll.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess I don't really hear as much about him. It's like as
You don't.
as I do some of the other
Yeah,
co-founders of rock music.
What I thought was really cool, the other year HBO did a really good Elvis film, and there was like a nightclub in New Orleans where Elvis used to go when he was younger to like get inspired and listen, because he was such a fan of the pre-Motown and Motown sound.
Yeah.
And they made it so one night he actually goes into a club and does a number with Little Richard.
Oh wow.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
I guess Elvis was inspired with a lot of gospel songs.
Yeah. Yeah, he released quite a few gospel
tracks.
albums.
Yeah.
I had one on 8-track.
I remember back in the day when K-Tel used to advertise a lot of that stuff.
Because my parents used to play a lot of what was it, Joe Cocker? Up in the mountains where we belong.
Yeah.
Where the eagles roam, I think. I forgot the lyrics. Up where we belong, I think was the name of the song.
Oh yeah, it was a movie soundtrack. It got big. Up where we belong. Jennifer Warren and somebody.
Oh yeah. Joe Cocker, wasn't it?
I think.
Is that? Oh, was it? Yeah.
They re-recorded it like years later, and it was for like a movie soundtrack.
Yeah, from
An officer and a gentleman.
No, it was like a rom-com.
Yeah, I think it was. It was Officer and Gentleman.
Oh yeah.
It was a.
Yeah.
Whoops, we lost our host.
Oh man.
He does that
I have to stop
He Lorenzo himself.
He kicked himself. No.
Yeah. So I found the lyrics for it. So it's Up Where We Belong.
That
Joe
was
Cocker featuring Jennifer Warnes.
I think so. Yeah.
Warnes. Warnes.
Yeah.
No,
She
I
also.
looked at that. That's Joe Cocker and Jennifer Warnes. Warnes. I can't say her name.
Yeah. She also did that Dirty Dancing one with that Righteous Brother guy, Everly.
Yeah, the medley.
Time of My Life or something like that.
Yeah, Time of Your Life. Yeah. Time of Your Life. So she was
Welcome
on
back,
two
Lorenzo.
soundtracks.
Welcome back, Warrior.
Welcome back.
Okay, now my audience.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
So, oh hey, Mama, why do you only go live on Thursday? Well, that's the night we stream. Little Richard is the reason we have Purple Rain album.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
And Little Richard invented glam rock. Laugh out loud. Yeah,
I believe it.
kind of did. He was one there.
He was the first man that wore makeup on stage.
Yeah.
Well,
women's clothes.
I mean, like the Shakespearean actors did.
Right. They did.
Yeah,
But, yeah, as far as if you're
they were
talking about like,
reciting
but that was at the time when
if you're talking about like rock music,
Yeah.
he's the first
yeah,
one
but
out. Or, like, R&B or whatever.
when women weren't allowed to have jobs at that point. So
Oh,
those
you're
were
talking
the actors
about
who played the women,
Shakespearean.
stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
They
That was
weren't
a
allowed
different
to leave
time,
the
yeah.
kitchen or the bedroom.
Bowie. Yeah.
well, I think they did. I think they did have. I think Great Britain did have queens that ruled. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure if they could.
Yeah, but
How many,
you're,
like,
you're
say,
talking more. You're talking more about the common folk who aren't
no,
allowed.
well, like, say, if I don't know if they were allowed to perform in a theater. Definitely weren't performing Shakespeare plays, from what I've heard. So yeah,
Yeah.
seems to have been a male occupation. I think there was kind of a similar thing with the kabuki.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of kabuki.
Yeah.
Yeah, before people go off on European kabuki, that's the same shit too. The not allowing women to partake in what they feel is a men only profession. You know, so before anybody goes off like, oh, Europeans suck. No, trust me, this is.
Well, Kiss came out with the extreme makeup before Twisted Sister did. So, as far as I know.
Yeah, Bowie definitely was one of the pioneers of glam rock.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think just Little Richard kind of did something that he was kind of what he did was like proto glam rock. I think kind of like you had like MC5 and Neanderthals, and they were doing what we now retroactively call proto punk. But you know, maybe they didn't invent like what we just refer to as punk, but they lay the foundation. Like, I think a lot of punk songs were like, once it just became officially known as like punk, I don't think they lasted as long as, like, say, something like Kick Out the Jams. Those guys would rock on. You know, MC5 would just, you know, that song could last a few minutes. You know, depending on. I think every time they played it, they performed it differently. Kind of like with Led Zeppelin and stuff. But the raw energy they had, I think, is what, and kind of like their overall approach to music does seem quite punk rock, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, because like I forgot who started the 7 hour song, the 7 minute long songs. I think that was Queen, and then Metallica did their own 7 minute long song. I think.
Well, the Doors. I think the Doors may have done it before. They Light My Fire with all the solos in between.
And unless they remind you of the song called Inagata de Vida.
1968.
Yeah.
That was after the Doors. So,
yeah.
Well, Hendrix also did these, like, really, he do some really long versions of something. You know, and then there was that whole progressive rock scene, but I think that kind of evolved out of, I don't know, like, even like with what's like it might have Hendrix might have been one of the original. He might have inspired. I mean, he inspired so many different musical genres.
Yeah, played with his teeth and his tongue on his guitar, on his back, and setting it on fire.
Yeah, and then he like so many different styles of music.
Yeah,
like it wasn't just like blues rock. It was like it led to like heavy metal music and hard rock and so the Beatles as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, they were in the Beatles, so they were kind of getting into kind of the progressive rock end of things with, I mean, side of things with their psychedelic rock stuff.
Rubber Soul began to do that on that album.
Oh, did you say Rubber Soul?
Yeah, Rubber Soul.
White Album?
Yeah, Rubber Soul was like it started introducing that progressive.
Yeah, and I mean, I call the Yardbirds like a progressive rock band. Even Led Zeppelin, I don't see them really labeled that. Like, I went to
Yeah.
All Music Guide or Wikipedia. I don't think they'd be labeled progressive rock, but that's kind of, I mean, they were combining folk and blues and music from around the world, and jazz music.
Force Ghost Burt Reynolds says the Beatles ripped off the Monkees. That's funny. That's sort of like the other way around, really. I like the Monkees. They have a lot of.
I love the Monkees. I got to meet
Everybody they had a TV show too.
You met who?
Yeah, wicked cool guy.
You met Mickey Dolenz?
Yeah, I've got a. You can find it on like one of my pages. I've got a custom airbrushed Joker leather.
Really?
And my friend that's an airbrush artist took all these different. We worked together and made like this big collage of the Joker out of the Alex Ross DC art book.
Oh, okay.
So it's got like the centerpiece is like Alex Ross's like version of kind of like a Jack Nicholson Joker.
Yeah.
Like big giant head. And then there's like all these different like different takes on the Joker, like surrounding that. And the bottom band, because it's like a biker jacket.
Yeah.
The bottom band of the back of the jacket is Joker and Batman at each other's throats.
Wow.
I was offered like $2,000 for it at like
Comic-Con.
Like
I regret starting the story. I regret starting the story in a time when there were only chariots.
Yeah.
Horse-drawn carriages.
Oh, that's
so. Please like and subscribe. But a lot of people aren't. A lot of the viewers aren't subscribed. And
yeah, subscribe.
if you can, please share out the video. It helps us a lot. I remember one time it was like very small percentage of the audience was actually getting their coming here via the notifications feature. I was looking at the YouTube analytics, and I don't know if that feature is somewhat broken, or if people were just, or if it's just kind of buggy in how it reports that. Like, if they get the notification earlier, then come back later, does that count? You know, like they get the notification saying that I'm going to stream at a certain time, but then they come here later on. I don't know if that counts or not.
I messed up the link.
Oh,
I can. Again. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. So the thing was last night I was on Ginge and Pedro's stream, and I have no idea why those guys don't get more viewers than they do, because
with the way YouTube is going, I don't
think they're knowledgeable about all sorts of different topics. Like we're talking about like metal music on there. We were talking about like everything from like The Simpsons. We talked about Hee Haw, different genres of metal, like glam metal, how like thrash metal ended up becoming more thrash metal and what grunge. How those bands started becoming popular, and then kind of the hair metal, some people would call it like cock rock or whatever. That kind of fell out of fashion around.
I think that was referring to Elton John.
Was it?
Cock rock, Elton John.
No, yeah, he definitely has that kind of flamboyant, kind of glam thing going on. Though I don't know if he's officially a glam rocker or.
I think he's just officially, gay.
Yeah, did he specify that it was gay or bi? I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know. He tried this. He tried the fake straight thing, and it didn't work out for him. So he moved on.
Yeah,
because he was with Kiki Dare. So.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Kiki Dare, yeah.
Kiki Dare.
One of the things that surprised me was Freddie Mercury. Okay, didn't surprise me that he was sexually attracted to men, but what surprised me, I knew that, but he was emotionally attracted to women. So
Yeah.
I think in a way he was bisexual, but just kind of.
I
Well,
think
I
it
guess
was.
I don't know if that would be bi if he's not sexually attracted, but romantically. Well,
Yeah.
we can just leave out the word sexual and just say bi.
Yeah. Bye.
That'll
Yeah.
simplify it.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Sure, bye-bye.
Because I don't know. So maybe or what would the word be? Amorous? Like would he? So as far as the emotional attraction, that was to the ladies.
Yeah.
But then I think he like maybe he did live with a woman. I don't remember if he was married to
Yeah.
her or.
He was
did.
actually
But
married to a woman,
he
I do
did love
believe.
her. It's just he liked banging guys.
Yeah.
So
That's,
it's just
it's a weird
humans
relationship.
are
It's a
complex.
weird thing he was into. Just
That's
like,
that's what we say in the land of lost is humans are complex. Go ahead, Daniel. Sorry.
no, you're good. I would just commenting. This is like he was just he was didn't know what to do with himself. I suppose it was like So
Huh?
I don't know.
No, I just didn't hear what you said.
No, it's like I guess he just didn't know what to do with himself.
Well, I just think
sure.
I think he did know it. I think he had a situation. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I think. I think he figured out what to do, but it was, unfortunately, unfortunately, he didn't. Maybe he didn't practice what's now known as safer sex. I don't know.
Well,
They
I
didn't
think
really,
a lot of people back then didn't know.
about AIDS when that was.
Yeah.
But I think one thing might have been like I think the thing with dudes was like a sexual release thing, but he definitely.
Yeah, that's just
lady,
it's turning into an awkward talk.
Well,
How do we get down that rabbit hole?
This
Yeah,
is just
I don't
turned into like
know.
a really dark corner.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
And,
thought we were
stop
all
talking about
gay
that.
till
Yeah.
recently because of Queen. He was
Yeah.
married. Hey, Anna Banana. Good morning to you
Banana.
in Australia.
Banana.
Oh, hello.
I'm fascinated by Bowie being married to
Amon.
Supermodel.
Yeah.
And Anna Banana says hello, Chad.
Hello, Anna.
I never know what time zone to list. I know that
Where's she from?
I think it's 9:18 a.m. in Perth.
Well, it just depends on the country.
It's 9:18. I mean,
Perth,
it's
Australia.
9:18 a.m. in Perth and
Because
9:18 p.m. here. But I don't know what region you're in. You don't have to dox yourself or anything. I just don't know what time zone to put when I go and promote my channel.
Well, because like I think Japan is like 14 hours ahead of us in terms of the time zone.
Wow.
It's 10:40 a.m. and where Anna is.
Holy mackerel.
It's
10:40 a.m.
here, so I don't know if
that's like
20 minutes faster. I mean, 20.
She's on the eastern coast. Perth is in the eastern coast of Australia.
She is.
So she's on the other side of the planet.
In Ahoy, Jack?
Yeah, she's 14 hours.
Yesterday.
Way ahead of us, yeah.
The
she lives in the future.
part that is confusing me because
the future.
So it's 9:20 here, p.m. here, and 10:40 a.m. there. So I wonder where the so it's like 11 hours and 20 minutes, or what is it? Did I get that right or not?
No, it's 14 hours ahead.
Where
I'm
getting confused
because it's 8:20 here.
Because
West.
it's night. Yeah, it should be night in Japan. Or morning in
Ahoy,
Japan.
Jack Stafford.
Well, it's not Japan though. Northern Australia. Oh,
America.
cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
Northern
that's.
Australia. Good. Jax's
Wait,
Perth is on the
is it
west
quite
coast.
desolate in Northern
Oops.
Australia?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so Australia, right?
Perth is on the west coast. Interesting.
Yeah.
I have a DeLorean, says Force Ghost Bert Reynolds.
Well, hot damn, Bert.
Yeah, says
How about it?
Nick Stafford. What is wrong with people? Yeah, why
Everything.
don't more people have DeLoreans? And here's Creator Will from the Creator's Outlet.
His link.
His link tree.
Nice.
I'd like to set up a link tree because that would make things a lot easier than.
Yeah, it's free.
Because we stream not just on YouTube, but we stream on Facebook, and now I ditched Twitch because basically it would mainly just be like bots there, and now I stream on Rumble. But unfortunately, I can't see if anybody's typing in the chat on Rumble, so my apologies to people there. But I do think that Rumble.
Yeah, you'd actually have to have the Rumble window open, and then you can detach the Rumble
I can't
chat.
really do that on my phone.
Keep it
though.
like a small window. It's
Yeah,
tough
I'm
to
on
do.
my phone, so I can't
It's tough.
really have. If I open up another app and I go to that window, it shuts me out of the StreamYard, which is why that happens occasionally. I'll kind of disappear. But yeah, that's a good idea once I get my laptop working. The thing is, it's good to have that archive if YouTube, for whatever reason, strikes this.
Yeah.
Then
I download
somebody
my-
pays some copyrighted material or something, and unfortunately, or something, and well, at least we'll have a backup, and not just on Facebook because Facebook's got a lot of rules too, but also on Rumble.
I quit doing Facebook years
Rumble?
ago.
It's kick.com. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like
I've got kick.com, I've got Minds, I've got Rumble, I've got Odyssey.
I have a Minds account. I just haven't been back to it in forever.
Yeah, that's the case with a lot of people. Every time I go in there, there's a bunch of accounts that I end up having to unfollow because they're just like it's hard enough to keep track of people.
Yeah, I just share episodes there. So
it's hard for me to see. It's hard for me to find all the different people that I'm friends with on there to begin with, and then when there's a bunch of like dead accounts, I unfollow just to make it easier for me to follow people who are active. But if somebody becomes active again, just please give me a shout out. I'll refollow you. Nothing personal. It's just so many dead accounts that it's hard to.
Plus, if you're sharing and doing like posting onto multi-platforms, like just even like updates, reminding people that you're streaming tonight, or
that's what I do.
You can go and upload. You go and click on the link for your link tree, and then you go one by one and you just copy and paste to like every single one. It'll open up a new tab for each one. And you just go bing, 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 bing.
Yeah, I just make one general one. I made a general. I'm gonna be streaming at this also time. Would you like to come? And then I just take that, copy and paste it, and then paste it to everywhere that I have followers on, or I attempt to have followers on. And it's like at this point, I may give up on my Tech Corner account, mainly because it's like I've tried so hard to erase politics on it, and I can't do it.
So first goes for Reynolds says he bought his DeLorean from his crazy old scientist. Can you also simul stream on Odyssey too?
Yes, you can.
Your streams are very pleasant, Lorenzo Sleestakians. Oh, we had some big arguments last week. That was
some drama.
Dramamine, what?
Drama?
Bananas.
Yeah, an argument about bananas. Why?
The Shiny Hunter
I
to
don't know.
Anna Banana. And hey, Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000.
Banana.
Banana.
Bananas.
Banana.
Banana.
Yes.
Oh, something else. We're starting tonight on Boomer. Like every week, we're going to take a look at a different
Banana.
Kickstarter or a crowdfunder campaign. And tonight,
Split.
we're looking at Matt Wagner and Kelly Jones have teamed up, and they're doing a series of Dracula graphic novels.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I really need to stop making up ideas for shows that already exist or things that already. I came up with because I was watching, I was rewatching some of the Castlevania Netflix, the first series.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, my brain decided to come up with my own series 2 for Castlevania. I'm just like, oh man, I need to stop doing that. I need to take these ideas and put it to something else because.
Yeah.
At least change the name.
You know.
Well,
basically it's using quite a bit of the lore. Well, actually using all the lore from the first series. I took characters from 2, but it's using them in different way from the series 2, and I'm using them in different ways. But what I did is that I moved it from France back to where Castlevania Series 1 took place in, and to give them their way out, I made it that the castle spawns a Dark Lord every 100 years. Not that Dracula keeps coming back, because they already gave Dracula that happy ending. So I'm like, I need to stop doing that. I need to take these ideas and put them to something else, because these are good ideas, and I'm using them for something that I don't need to put them to.
Right.
Oh, hey, Mr. Orange Space.
Mr. Orange Space.
And Brandon is asking about what if you come to my channel for a stream. Yeah, the folks, feel free to, you can feel free to send me an invite. Eric and Boyd says, hail.
Hail.
Hail, Eric.
Hail, Eric.
Hey.
Here's a little bit of YouTube trivia. Lorenzo is my original mod on my channel.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, I really gotta fix all this.
Oh yeah.
I'm mainly just fixing that, I think, on this one.
So, Mr. Orange Space Tank says, I'm learning to paint more like Jean.
John Michael
Biscott.
Biscott.
Using his style on canvas.
Interesting.
It's really familiar. Let's see.
I've never heard of him, actually. Speaking of wax,
welcome, Brandon.
Did anybody have an update for the wax statue of the Rock?
The wax statue of the Rock.
I don't know anything about that.
Basically,
welcome to the channel, Brandon.
Basically,
tomorrow's my 23rd birthday, and I'm gonna be doing an open panel tomorrow.
Happy early birthday.
Really cool.
Birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Young whippersnapper.
Tomorrow.
They get really tired after the day after I stream, but I'll try to stop by. What time zone are you in, and what time do you stream?
7
AM or PM?
So basically,
oh wait a second, Daniel. I'm trying to solve a mystery. So you stream at 7? Is that in the morning or 7 in the evening?
I'm thinking evening.
I'm not hearing anything back.
Oh. No answer.
So I'm trying to figure out, like, is that like British time or?
I don't know.
It
But
would
I'm
help
not
if the
hearing.
person would
I'm not
actually answer
hearing.
a question.
I can't hear Brandon say anything anymore.
Oh, I have food in my mouth. And what if you came to my YouTube channel for a stream?
Hmm?
What if you came to my YouTube channel for a stream?
Yeah,
Okay. Sure.
I'd like to watch one of your streams.
Yeah.
No, like actually coming to my channel for a
Not so
Like
much.
go on your panel, like go
Oh,
on
to
a.
go on your panel.
Yes.
I could try
Okay.
doing that.
Yeah, you just
I'm just wondering. So you is it 7 at night or 7 in the morning?
7 at night. I'll be asleep by then. I don't get up till 9.
usually I'm not up
Huh.
till 10. Usually because I work late.
What if we have standalone streams with me on my channel?
So I'm not sure which time zone you live in. Like,
I live in Eastern.
oh, you're in the U.S. or Canada or whatever. Okay, Eastern time zone. I'm in the Eastern time zone here. I live in Michigan. Anyway,
Central time.
so that would be 6 p.m. I think Central. Then.
Central, yeah, because
It's an hour earlier. Okay,
Yeah, it's an hour.
so
It's an hour back. Yeah.
I thought maybe you were overseas in England or something.
Mr. Orange says, I finally got to see the Mona Lisa in real life last year, and history
Nice.
has lied to us about her.
What would be the best day? What would be the best day for you to come to my channel for a stream?
I'm not sure right now. I've been having I've been getting sick quite often. So I was supposed to go to a doctor's appointment and I actually had to reschedule because I got sick.
Do you have a favorite Looney?
The
Do you
day
have a
of the
favorite?
appointment, so-
Do you have a favorite Looney Tunes character?
A favorite Looney Tunes?
Yes.
I want a wax waifu of Scarlett Johansson.
Oh my god.
are you asking if I have a favorite Looney Tunes character?
Yeah.
Waifu is a very risque.
Well, the thing is that the Madame Tussauds in Paris put out a statue of the Rock, and apparently they forgot to put the they didn't make the statue with his tone with his skin tone in mind, and everybody just were just letting them have it, you know.
You finally got to see Mona Lisa in real life. Jeez, did you go back in time?
No, I see. I'm gonna switch things because we got so many different people on. Let's see. I'm gonna try to change.
Do you have?
I'm gonna bounce out, Lorenzo. I got to get ready to go live.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thanks for hanging out, guys. Have a great evening, and hopefully we talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks for going on the channel. Everybody, check out the Creators Outlet. Awesome channel.
Yeah.
And welcome to the channel.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for allowing me to be here.
Do you have snow cone? I'm on my phone, so I don't have very good glasses, so I can't see your name. Is it Snow Cone?
Yeah, it's Mr. Snow Cone.
Mr.
Snow Cone.
Yeah,
Mr. Snow Cone.
Get it right.
Do you have a favorite Looney Tune character?
Mine?
Yes.
I always like Speedy Gonzalez.
But the other people here.
I was actually a Roadrunner. Like
The
Roadrunner.
Does the coyote ever end up catching the Roadrunner?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Not for long.
Or at least never for long.
Poor bastard.
Nice work, Tex says.
It's like Sylvester.
The head ninja.
Do you have a favorite Looney Tune character, Lorenzo?
Do you have one?
To think about this because there's a few I like. The Mona Lisa stunning in person. I heard it's a smaller painting than what a lot of people think.
The Louvre, when you go to the Louvre and you see the Mona Lisa, it's not big. It like history has lied to us. It's not huge. Like I thought the Mona Lisa was gonna be this big old painting, and it's like super protected behind a lot of glass, and there's security behind it, and everybody and their brother wants to see that damn painting. It's like elbow to elbow for the most part when you see it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I think I did hear about it being behind glass.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's been
because
I think I've seen.
Mainly because we have idiots trying to destroy it, to.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I can see that because it's like one of the most famous paintings in the world, if not the most.
Hasn't
Do you
it
know
been
why it's one of
stolen
the most famous
before?
paintings in the world? Do y'all know why?
Because it's
Does
old.
Valenzo does
Oh,
Valenzo?
there's also. Oh, go ahead.
It's probably
Do you have-
the most live
do you have any-
painting.
Do you have a
of
favorite Looney
Leonardo
Tunes character, Valenzo?
I'm sorry. What do you?
Do you have a favorite
Yeah.
Looney Tune character?
I'm trying to think. Jack Stafford mentions Yosemite Sam. I like him a lot. He's always entertaining. I'm not sure. No, as a kid, I probably would have said Bugs Bunny, but there's so many other ones. I know there's the Martians. I don't really know the Martian characters
Marvin.
too well.
Marvin the
Martian.
Marvin.
Somebody has stolen the intergalactic space modulator.
What have you came to my?
It's been a long time since I've watched the Looney Tunes, so I'd have to watch some more episodes to decide.
Yeah.
What if
Because there's just so many characters.
Yes, I like doing a lot of the different sayings. Yeah, but that's all, folks. Arriba!
What have you came to my YouTube?
Yeah, Porky Pig and Elmer Fudd.
Arriba!
Was Foghorn Leghorn? Was he?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he's another one that I really like.
What was his sidekick?
And there wasn't there like some sort of chicken?
Junior?
Like little chicken character?
I think it was Junior.
Okay,
It was Junior.
Then of course there was whatchamacallit? The Chicken Hawk.
Chicken Hawk, dude.
That was Pepe
Chicken
Le
Hawk.
Pew. That was. I like Pepe. He's controversial now, but he's definitely one of my
I need to
favorites.
someday finish that drawing. I was doing a drawing of all of them in a thing.
What have you?
Yeah, there's so many.
I miss
And
watching
they're
the-
all of them that I remember were really good characters. I mean, the Looney Tunes. It's
I
weird.
miss
I
watching
hear a
the
lot
old school
about
Simpsons.
Disney
Oh, sorry.
nowadays, but when I was a kid, it was like we did have like once a week we had like maybe the Mickey Mouse Club. Well, there was also a TV show. They kept changing the name of it, but they would like it was like the Wonderful World of Disney. But like as far as like Saturday, but as far as Saturday morning cartoons, I don't remember. Later on, I remember Disney having Saturday morning cartoons for a long time. But it was like I remember the Looney Tunes. I remember watching the Smurfs.
Yeah, I remember more afternoon Disney cartoons like Tailspin and Chip and Dale.
Rescue Rangers.
Oh,
What if
yeah,
you-
yeah, but like I don't remember.
Chip and Dale, Rescue Rangers.
But that was like, I think they had that on later. So I mean, I think that I don't think that was on like in the early 90s.
Because the 80s was like Transformers, Mask, G.I. Joe,
Thundercats.
Thundercats.
Well, there were a lot of them.
Silverhawks.
There was a lot of other ones that people Anyone remember like Pound Puppies? They like had their own like
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, there were a lot. I remember there was one called Shirt Tales that also had a lot,
Heck,
like
even the
animal
Cabbage Patch
characters.
Kids, even the Cabbage Patch dolls got
I
their.
know, even the cap,
their-
yeah, even the cap.
Yeah,
Well,
that was,
Go ahead.
I think, more popular with girls. There probably were boys who watched it as well. But
Lorenzo, Ninja's backstage.
okay,
This
oh, hey, Waterboy, welcome.
the show I was gonna bring up.
Oh, hey, Shinobi, welcome.
Hi.
Hey,
Hello. One of you came to my channel for a stream, Lorenzo.
Well, I can try doing that sometime. Right now, the first show. So I've been pretty sick lately, and so I haven't been going on too many shows. I did go on a show called Ginger and Pedro. I went on their show.
I just did so not too long ago with RGM, Red Glove Mountain.
What show?
I did a live stream with RGM, Red Glove Mountain.
I'm not sure if I.
Wait.
Do I watch that channel? Or I'm trying to.
We're all talking about shows and stuff, right?
Is what dude an actor, Cody?
Huh?
Oh.
What
That chicken you were talking about?
Okay.
It was a real pisser.
I was gonna say the show that really was a game changer was MTV's Jackass. I remember when that show came out, I knew that was gonna be a game changer of a show.
They made it into a movie, didn't they?
They made a couple of them, dude. Like when Jackass came out, that was a game changer. I was like, kids are gonna act so dumb. It's just like people are gonna do more and more stupid things now with video cameras.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like that one live action that show on Cartoon Network where they were just blowing up random things?
Destroy, they'll destroy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I saw a clip of that. I was like, oh, good Lord, who thought of this?
Yeah. And kids are gonna imitate what they see on TV.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Like setting houses on fire after watching an episode of Beavis and Butthead.
Oh God, yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Scam or
the whole monkey view problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I know we didn't have a whole lot of adult cartoons. I know we didn't have a whole lot of adult cartoons on back in the 90s. I think The Simpsons and I think this one and Beavis and Butthead. But if said cartoon is airing on prime time when your kid should be in bed, it's more than likely for adults.
Yes.
Yeah, Beavis and Butthead's like TV 14.
Yeah. I was surprised that. I was surprised to hear that little kids would watch Powerpuff Girls because it was on an Adult Swim thing, and it's called Adult Swim.
Check it pass.
They grew up
Dexter's Laboratory, and then Annie, Billy and Mandy, and Kurt's Cali Dog.
Mm-hmm. At least with Samurai Jack, when it aired on Toonami for the Adult Swim one, they actually raised the stakes and added things up to the point where they spilled blood on that show for the first time.
It was originally.
I'm surprised there's cussing on cartoons now.
It was originally TV 107FB.
Yeah.
I hear curse words now on cartoons.
Thanks, South Park.
Yeah.
The original Daffy Duck.
Slowpoke
Rodriguez. So was that like Speedy Rodriguez's like cousin or something?
Yes.
Yes.
Speedy Gonzalez.
Why have most of you came to my channel for a stream? If you have a standalone stream with me, you can invite all your friends here.
Well, I'll try to sometime. I can't.
Yeah, we could try to set something. Yeah, we could try to set up something later. Something we can discuss off the stream. We don't need to keep going about it on the stream. And then
now I'm having a hard time going on people's channels. I went on a couple.
I barely have time for my own channel, so my own Picardo channel. So I was like, yeah.
I mean,
I'll go months not going on people's channels because I'm even like not feeling the best right now. I'm feeling kind of sick, but yeah. So it takes a lot of energy just for me to host this show. It takes I get worn out the next day. So the Get Along Gang, and then there's Cody Drake. Welcome, Cody Drake. Is that dude an actor?
What is that picture?
This is of Jessica from Jason Doom's Shadowhunters. He has a Kickstarter going on right now called Kill Jessica Kill, and from what I've seen of it, I'm not sure if it's a family curse or something happened to her, but apparently she becomes a werewolf, a green werewolf.
Green? That's I like the green part.
It lasted for 15 episodes before being canceled.
Yeah.
Ginger and Pedro was a great show. Yeah, so Jack Stafford. Yeah, I encourage everybody to watch the Ginger and Pedro show.
The first shows that took the pass was TVPG. This was Lavator was originally TVG. NAA was originally TVY7. Billy and Manny was TVY7FB. And Curtis Cali Dog was TVY7.
That was a creepy show.
Which show is that?
Curtis Cali Dog.
Stupid dog!
What's it called? Oh, Courage the Cowardly Dog? You guys say that? It's kind of hard for me to hear because there were two people talking at the same time. I'm having a hard time hearing things lately, too. I don't know if I have fluid in my ears or what the deal is.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Ginger Pedro show is a great show. I encourage people to check out.
Did you see blood on Samurai Jack?
I think upcoming. I remember I used to I watched a few episodes of Samurai Jack. I enjoyed it. I don't remember much about the show though. There are a lot of things I have a hard time remembering. And I'm not trying to make people sad or anything, or it's just for a long time. Both my dad and brother were sick with. They both had heart problems. They both died of heart problems, and my memory wasn't always good. I have a hard time remembering things to begin with. But then when my dad and brother got sick, there's a lot of stuff I don't remember from several years because I was just so stressed out and trying not to. I don't know.
I've been doing live streams.
Trying not to think about them being sick, and unfortunately, then I don't remember a lot of things from then. So, I don't remember a lot of. I don't remember. I used to watch a lot of movies and TV shows, and I've forgotten a lot of stuff. That was. From what I remember, that was a fun show. Was that on Adult Swim? Was that on Cartoon Network?
Wait, what are you asking? What are you asking about?
Samurai Jack, was that?
Yes, it was on regular Cartoon Network for like 4 whole seasons, and then for the 5th season they aired it on their Tsunami run when it was a part of Adult Swim. When it became a part of Adult Swim, which was why they were able to ante things up and actually spill blood.
Oh, okay. And Jack Stafford says sub to Ginger and Pedro. They have been having 200 subs go up and down. Thanks. Yeah, those guys have an awesome channel. They host a variety show kind of like this, except for it's not a call-in stream. They schedule guests in advance. It took me several months, and I finally was able to go on there. I was finally feeling well enough to go on there the other day. I'm really sore throat right now. I don't know what's going on. And it's really stuffed up. I'm just having a lot of allergy problems for some reason.
Did you guys? What's
Samurai John was originally TVY7FB.
Did you guys watch Primal?
Primal?
I don't even.
I watched some of it on YouTube actually. Basically, it follows a I guess a caveman as he loses his family and he eventually meets a T-Rex that also loses her family, and they somehow become buddies, and they go on adventures, and they deal with a bunch of stuff. They eventually meet another woman, another I guess another companion in form of a woman who was a slave for a bit, and then it just goes from there.
Yeah. I didn't.
You should check it out. It's actually pretty good. The biggest draw for it is that you don't really hear. There's really no spoken dialogue in it.
Same guy who made Samurai Jack's is the first book, Bird Rounds.
Interesting.
It's really neat. There's no dialogue. Well, that's interesting. Don't assume we know what that is. It's Jack Stafford. Hey, folks, if you like what you're watching, please like and share the stream. Well, this is interesting. Looks like we're down to 4 of us.
Yes.
I don't know what happened, but,
someone mentioned Get Along Gang before. I feel like I should know what that is, but my memory is foggy.
I think I'm wondering if that was an Anthro show, because someone mentioned that to me recently, and I thought it was somebody who was into like anthropomorphic animals.
Hang on, let me Google it. It's a show about anthropomorphic animals, and it looks like a show about a group of kids, and they do and they engage in random activities.
I'm still trying to remember what Sure Tales was like, if it was like that, or I think it was really young when that was on.
Maybe it was the same thing.
Montgomery Moose? Get Along Gang was all animals? And Jack Stafford says, no dialogue, so you can't just listen. You have to watch Erg. Bruce, was that there was a chimpanzee that talked like Humphrey Bogart? Oh, that's really it was. No,
kind of like Tom and Jerry cartoons.
Like Bogart, but hate everything else he said. Well, some of this is contradictory. So did the characters, were they silent or did they talk? Because somebody's mentioning animals that talk. It sounds like Humphrey Bogart, and somebody's talking about silent animals. So I don't know if we're talking 2 different shows or what.
I guess they're talking about 2 different shows.
I'm really confused. Yeah, like Bogart, but hate everything else he said. Well, no, yeah, that's because it didn't make any sense. I think the part about silent is the silent. Yeah, it can be helpful if you like just listening to stuff.
Chances are
you probably don't want to watch like a Charlie Chaplin film, or maybe The Great Dictator.
Chances are, if it wasn't Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, Master of the Universe, Transformers, or TMNT, I probably didn't really pay all that much attention to it.
No, I was a pretty big Transformers fan when I was a kid. So imagine my excitement when they announced the movie for Transformers.
Oh no!
What about when they announced the movie for He-Man and She-Ra? What about when they announced the movie for He-Man?
Did they have a He-Man movie? I thought it was only on
Trips. Says
I think it was a 5-episode pilot.
Yeah.
No, He-Man and She-Ra: The Secret of the Sword was a movie in theaters before it was the pilot, 5-episode pilot for She-Ra.
Well, apparently I didn't. I'm guessing that movie never got advertised in my area because I
don't remember it.
I
went and seen it.
I remember the show.
I don't remember.
I don't remember them making a cartoon movie of it.
Yeah, it was a movie like 6 months or more before She-Ra premiered on.
Yeah,
TV.
I remember seeing Secret of the Sword on television, and that was when they condensed all the 5-hour, and that was when they 5-episode pilot. Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was in theaters.
What
Yeah,
was
it was.
What are you talking about?
He-Man and She-Ra and the Secret of the Sword.
Oh,
yeah.
You know what, folks? My mom discouraged me from watching that for some reason, and I don't know if I had control over the TV set then. Might have been my older brother. Yeah, he was 5 years older, so he probably.
She didn't buy that whole satanic panic thing, did she?
Huh?
She didn't buy that whole satanic panic thing, did she?
No, it was. I think it was just she thought it was dumb, like Skeletor, or maybe she just thought it was going to be too violent or something, which it was like the opposite of.
Which is kind of funny because the closest thing to violence they had on that show was a whole lot of grappling, unless they were fighting robots.
We can. So Jack Stafford said we can agree that's okay. So you guys are Trips as Force Ghost for Realms. So what Jack Stafford doesn't like is Maltese. He says Maltese Falcon, Sierra Madre. All these Humphrey Bogart actual films versus cartoons. Just saying. Well, yeah, I'm guessing that it was. I'm guessing it was just kind of a comedic type character. GoBots are greater than Transformers as Force Ghost.
Blasphemy!
Yeah, that's a controversial take. I had a Transformer toy that broke, and so my folks would only let me get GoBots after that.
Yeah,
and those were pretty sturdy.
Yeah,
it could have just been a particular Transformer.
Yeah, some of the early wave Transformers were pretty fragile.
Well, especially it depends on which ones, especially the small ones, like the mini ones, like Bumblebee and all that.
Oh yeah, but even some of the regular sized Transformers broke pretty easily. It wasn't until the third wave of toys came around that they actually started. They actually had some what do you call it? Sturdiness to them.
Yeah. And
He-Man and the stream, by the way.
And He-Man and She-Ra premiered in theaters March 22nd, 1985.
Interesting. Jack Stafford said the Satanic Panic was real. How dare you? And he said, I personally know some of those blonde virgins that were sacrificed on Halloween night in Minecraft. Only Lorenzo gets my sarcasm.
And I think it made, I'm not sure whether it made $6.5 million in the States and $7.5 million worldwide, or I'm not sure what these figures are pertaining. It says down below too. Rally for Clubhouse.
Yeah. Though we have to hunt down the insane lunatic who thought it was a good idea to make Rambo into a kid's cartoon.
I remember when they made a Chuck Norris cartoon.
They made all sorts of.
And the Karate Kid cartoon and the
Heck, they made an Attack of the Killer Tomatoes cartoon.
Well, I didn't see that one, but
I saw that one. That one really had nothing to do with the show. I think the actual movies because
they had a Back to the Future one. And
that one was more of an educational kids show, though.
Yeah, but I remember thinking these shows is
because they even got Christopher Lloyd to play his character, and he was he was performing science on there, science little science trick stuff and whatnot. I mean, granted, he wasn't a real scientist, but they got all that stuff and from actual.
Doc Brown, he's playing Doc
Brown.
So. But that was before and after because the cartoon itself followed his kids with Marty.
Yeah. Back to the Future made sense of the cartoon, but
actually the cartoon does not make sense because they destroyed the DeLorean got destroyed before that cartoon could take place.
The thing is the cartoon follows its own canon, so it's not taking the actual end of the actual end of Back to the Future 3. So it's basically it made its own multiverse right there.
Yeah, so I think those shows were their own separate thing, but it's like
the show is its own separate thing. So it takes all the elements from all three shows, but all three movies, but it doesn't say it directly follows the last movie. Right. At least I don't think
you would have assumed it did, especially with the two kids,
Jules and Burns.
Yeah,
and
them having the train and all that. Did they have the train in the series or not?
I have no idea.
The train you saw for like maybe 0.2 seconds of that thing, but because I knew it flew. I remember it flying, but you didn't. But I don't because it did a bunch of other junk that they didn't do at the end. That they didn't do at the movie. So the train did more stuff than it should have in the show than it did in the movie. Well, but as I said,
well, yeah, it appeared at the end of the movie, so they couldn't show you much.
Yeah, so they couldn't show you much. But the thing is it was
Lorenzo
again. Well, he Lorenzo himself again.
Jeez. Yep.
And yes, Jack. Jack says, Rick.
Oh, also they if you have Game Pass, they have Dead Space on there, the remake. Like, hey, I get to try it out without having to pay for the damn thing. At least not directly.
They did that too. They had Forsco says they had a Bill and Ted cartoon. Keanu and Alex Winters did their voices.
I didn't really follow that. Yeah, I didn't follow.
Yeah, they did. They did it for the first. I think for the first season, and then after that, they got other people to do their voices, mainly because it was costing money to continue with
Keanu
and Winters.
Which is why they ditched. Which is why they ditched Leonard Nimoy. Which is why Leonard Nimoy didn't come back for season 3 from Transformers to do Galvatron.
Yeah,
they went back to Frank Welker.
Yeah. Leonard Nimoy would have probably cost an astronomical amount of money, especially because of Star Trek.
Yeah.
He was big.
But given Galvatron.
Well, yeah, I guess so. He had a few movies at that point, so Star Trek was popular.
So they probably would have. He probably would have asked for quite a little more extra money, just to voice Galvatron.
Yeah, but then again, they traded out Robert Stack for Jack Angel to do Ultra Magnus, and Judd Nelson. And Judd Nelson didn't come back.
Yeah, Judd Nelson is like, yeah, I'm done with this. Goodbye. Yeah, I mean, because Judd just pretty much kind of phoned it in some parts of the movie. You can tell he just
Overall, it wasn't that bad.
He
certainly
wasn't that
played-
bad, but in some spots
Who
you
did he
could tell
do
he was
again?
just bored as fuck. You know.
Who did he do again?
He was
Hot
Hot
Rod.
Rod.
Oh, okay.
The guy everyone erroneously blames for Optimus's death.
Yeah, pretty much.
I am so tired of that argument.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. They just shit on Hot Rod so much.
Yeah, give Roddy a medal. Had it not been for Hot Rod, the Autobots would have been toast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, eventually at the end he kind of came through. It's most people call it destiny, you know.
Yeah, and let's assume for a moment that it was his fault. He's the rookie. They are supposed to screw up and learn from their mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did they say it was his mistake or whatever?
Oh, well, remember
because he interfered.
Yeah,
What do
yeah.
you
He
mean?
was. He basically tried. He tried to stop Megatron from firing a gun that was lying on the ground that Optimus obviously didn't see because of all the debris that was around him.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
had
but
Rod not been there, Optimus would have gotten smoked anyway.
Yeah. So with or without a Hot Rod, Optimus probably would have gotten shot probably harder.
Yeah, that's just dumb. That idea.
I mean, it's like
Yeah.
at the end, because it was basically a hero's journey for Hot Rod from beginning to end.
Yeah.
And then at that point, Hot Rod became the new Prime.
He became Rodimus. He grew as a leader.
Yeah, he was typically stronger than Prime at that than Optimus at that point.
He had a more
Yeah,
successful track record too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also Optimus was not changed by like Rodimus was by the thing.
I know, like Optimus, like there were very few changes for, unless you kind of like the comics where they have actually made the appearance change for him in the comics. But if you count the TV show, his appearance really didn't change from regular to Prime, unless you count his Oran Pax origin, you know.
Yeah, but then it was somebody else remade him.
Yeah.
He was all that added on before he became even a Prime. So
yeah, basically he became a warrior right after getting jumped by Megatron from the future, and then he got remade into a battle bot for the Autobots, and then he became a Prime, and then nothing much changed after that.
Yeah.
Whereas Hot Rod went from a much smaller Autobot to a much bigger Autobot, and he looked older from the face. It's like literally his face changed.
Yeah.
So if you look at all the differences between Hot Rod and Rodimus Prime, the dude got a huge upgrade. You know, he was stronger than Prime. You know.
Yeah, because you would almost say that he was infused with the Matrix, where Prime just held the Matrix.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Prime. Yeah, I mean Prime was. I think Prime was literally rebuilt from the ground up.
Rebuilt from the ground up.
When
and he was just drawing. He was drawing power from the Matrix, but he wasn't infused with the Matrix. Whereas Hot Rod got infused with the Matrix, and he practically just like
It remade Hot Rod like Unicron remade Megatron.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
I think because Hot Rod, like I said, Hot Rod grew in size. He looked older in the face, and he developed the trailer thing, which it's just funny how it just comes out of nowhere.
Yeah,
I love that trailer just comes out of nowhere. It comes out of the ether and just attaches.
I wonder if that's just a thing when you actually become a Prime that you get your own trailer. That just
I guess
disappears.
Yeah, well, I'd say no because I haven't. Not that I've seen many of the other Primes before him, but even the Primes before Optimus, they never had the trailer type thing. So the few that I've seen.
Yeah,
I think the trailer started with Prime, and I think the only reason the Hot Rod had a trailer when he became Rodimus was to continue the trend that Primes will always get a trailer, I guess.
Well, have we seen any Primes past Rodimus? It could just be in his mind, because the Matrix was going with his mind.
I reckon not unless you read the IDW comics.
I don't think there's Transformers.
Well, yeah, we do have a Prime pass, but I'm not sure whether he had the Matrix before, and of course that's Optimus Primal.
No, because there were 13 Primes.
Primal's a descendant of Optimus.
Yeah.
Well, are we sure that he is? I'm not sure whether it says that he is in Beast Wars or not.
In Beast Wars, the Maximals and Predacons came after the Autobot and Decepticon feud.
Yeah,
I'm guessing some of the Autobots may have been rebuilt as Predacons and Maximals, or others just may have been built after the G1 conflict. Because the Predacons because the Maximals and Predacons we see in this show, they went back to the past, which we don't really find out until the second season.
Yeah, but we do have to remember Ravage did make an appearance.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was supposedly rebuilt. So these new Maximals and Predacons would have been
because
just
it was
descendants. Because we know that somehow Transformers can have offspring.
Yeah, I don't think they ever tell us how the Maximals came about. We just know that they showed up.
Yeah, because let's see, because it's I think as far as canon is right now, it's Nova Prime, Sentinel Prime, and then Optimus Prime, followed by Rodimus.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to see something going from some sort of Transformers thing, going from the Autobots and Decepticons going to the Maximals and Predacons.
Yeah, I think the Regeneration 1 comics covers those events, but I don't have those comics.
Yeah.
It looks like we've kind of gotten behind in the chat. There's a clip on YouTube of the real Thundercats voice actors cussing at each other.
I meant to address that. Those were bloopers.
Well,
that's what I wondered.
Because
I want to
see your tits, my dear.
Oh boy!
Well,
did you guys catch the bloopers from Alf? Man, the guy who played Alf sure got real pervy, and he said some kind of controversial racial remarks. But that was after, I guess. But I think the racial stuff he was making fun of. There was I can't remember the show, but there was a guy with Tourette's who he was doing a parody of that. This guy with Tourette's had said the N-word, and so then Elf was in some outtake was saying the N-word because he was imitating the guy on the show that just aired that a few days before that said the N-word.
I don't know.
But he got real he said some sexual things. I don't know if it was just about the mom on the show or about the daughter, because I think the daughter was a teenager. So let's hope it was just about the mom. Some of those bloopers have been removed from YouTube, so you can't really. But I thought maybe some of you guys knew about that. It was
not offhand, no.
No.
Yeah, it was a really strange work environment with that. The elf puppet was the guy operating the elf puppet was I think below the floor, and so I think there were holes in the floor throughout that.
Oh, I thought somebody was in that.
But I think it was a puppet, and so there were like holes all over the place. And I think it was, I don't know, I can't remember if the set was super hot or what. It seemed like a real kind of hellish kind of condition.
I lost track of what we were talking about because I was still on the primes.
Well,
Yes.
apparently, Lorenzo decided to catch up with the chat, and we were bringing up the Thundercats bloopers where where Lionel was cussing.
So it was Lionel who was.
One of the main ones was Lionel cussing.
Oh, so he was
yeah, he was doing a blooper.
Because I was looking up the primes, and it stops right after Rodimus, so there are actually no more primes after Rodimus.
So he'd be the last.
So he would be so he would have been the last, according to canon, I guess, canon or lore, whichever you want to go by. And then so because from the way it sounds, the Maximals don't have a prime speak of. Is that so? It's because
they have a council though.
They were run by a council. So
they were run by a council. So I guess they drew down the primes after a while, I guess.
Probably.
Or the primes just simply went extinct or something after there was no need for them, I guess.
Well, I'm guessing.
I'm guessing
it's possible that the Autobot Matrix is probably an artifact stashed in a museum on Cybertron somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, and it could be just nobody's written the stuff in between.
Yeah, nobody's written the stuff in between.
Yeah.
Nobody's written beyond the past of the Transformers because they've been busy trying to retcon quite a bit of the Transformers to fit.
Yeah, remember who went to the past?
They've been
you guys remember who went to the past? Bill and Ted. And apparently they had a cartoon. And Alex Winter did the voices.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. We were talking about it. I guess we got stuck in the primes. We got stuck in the primes because we were trying to figure out how many primes there were.
Rick Meister, Rick making copies by Ninja, Rickster. So I remember there was this character who would making copies on the copier, but that was Saturday Night Live. Not sure what this reference is. On Saturday Night Live, there'd be like there was this guy who hung out near the copy machine, and he'd sit in an office, and he'd say they'd say the guy's name was Rick, and it's like, oh, Rick Meister making copies on the copy machine, something like that.
Yeah.
Any of you remember that?
Nope.
It was like late 80s, Saturday Night Live. I think who played the character.
The 10 deaths of Optimus Prime
turned into a handgun. It defies logic. First goes Burt Reynolds. Then Jack Stafford says Jay and Silent Bob cartoons was better, in my opinion.
Hold on, go back.
I have to watch I have to watch the cartoons. So I remember there being a Clerks cartoon.
What?
It was an adult cartoon, wasn't it? It was like on the adult show or adult.
I thought maybe it was MTV or something. I don't know.
It was like on MTV
it didn't
or
last
something.
very long, from what I recall.
I know there was a show called Clerks, but I didn't know it was a cartoon.
I thought there was a cartoon.
No, I think there was. It was so short lived. It wasn't funny. I think it only lasted like a couple of episodes because nobody watched it.
Yeah. Well,
it was one of those cases where Kevin Smith played himself.
I thought it was pretty good, but it just didn't last. I don't know.
It's like, congratulations, you played yourself.
But I think it can all depend on when a show airs too, if it's in the right time slot or not.
Yeah.
Because I'll look that up.
Yeah. No, like I said, it's just. Yeah, it just sounded like he messed himself up, or just under the impression that he was more thought after to watch than beforehand, and so it came and went, and nobody's really said anything about the show. Because I didn't know about the show until after somebody said something, until after it was already off the air. When somebody was like, "Oh, did you know they made a TV show?" Really?
So Jack Stafford said it was Rick Schneider. If I have to explain the joke, then I've failed the city. Uh-oh. I don't think that's the case. I got the Clerks J. Silent Bob cartoon from Netflix. I had at least one full season. So I remember, I thought there was like Clerks.
I know there was a Clerks.
I thought there was a Clerks cartoon on, but
or maybe it was
before Netflix even existed.
Yeah, maybe it was just one of those like those little 2 second, little stint cartoons where it's like they play a little joke and it's gone.
So apparently the Destructicons forming Devastator will incite Astro. That defies logic. For the cartoons, they had to change from them drug dealers to fireworks dealers. I thought loud, but really funny. Yeah, I wonder if that's the one that ended up on Netflix then. Maybe that ended up on Netflix after it aired, because I thought it was they were full 22-minute episodes. So I thought I recalled watching Clerks, an animated series on a television network. That's going to require me opening up another tab to see a bunch of savages in this room.
Just been debating on this page because I don't know if I want to give away the mysteries or something.
Okay, the one I'm talking about was on ABC, aired on ABC, according to Wikipedia, which isn't always accurate, but only aired for 6 episodes. So that was the Clerks one.
Yeah.
It sounds like there might have been a separate Jay and Silent Bob one on Netflix. But I'm talking about Clerks, the animated series. That's probably
okay.
That's probably what's throwing me off. Yeah, I just remember being real short-lived, and I don't really understand what happened there.
No, no.
I don't know if people can hear can you guys hear me when I switch to the other tab?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, so the Wikipedia entry says, quote, the only 2 episodes were broadcast on ABC in the year 2000 before the series was canceled. Several factors contributed to the cancellation, including low ratings, the show's not fitting in with ABC's other programming, unsuccessful test screening to older audiences.
Oof.
Oh boy, I had the old boy part. And ABC's decision to air the shows out of order.
Oh.
ABC aired the 4th episode first. Wait, I thought they said only 2 aired. 4th episode first, as opposed to the intended 1st episode, and then aired the 2nd episode despite the fact the 2nd episode is the flashback episode. It derives much of its humor from the fact that it flashes back to the 1st episode, as well as the beginning of that very episode rather frequently. Holy shit! So they showed the 4th episode, and then
They do,
they showed the 2nd episode, which makes references to the 1st episode that they never aired. That's fucked up.
They do that weird. They do. I noticed that TV networks will do that. Well, they'll air something completely out of order because they did that for they did that for a sci-fi show on Fox.
They did that
with Colonel Armin.
It was even Babylon 5 was somewhat out of order. I don't think it was in a way that really.
Because
it doesn't sound like it was necessarily this bad, but then again, Babylon 5 had a lot of flashbacks as well. So
I think the thing
I typically just watch it in the order that I go, and I look at I have to look on a piece of. I have to go not piece of paper. I have to go to the website and look at the chronological order, and then I watch the episode in the right order. Go ahead, sorry.
No, it's because Colonel Armin had a sci-fi TV show on Fox, and you find out later that they had rearranged the entire show out of order, so things weren't lining up, and it sounded like the executives thought they knew better than the people telling the story, and they decided to put it in the order they wanted to put it in. So a lot of stuff wasn't making sense when things were airing. So this was just kind of.
Jack Stafford was just watching the remastered Babylon 5 today. Oh, there's a remastered one?
Babylon 5 is cool. I like it as a TV series.
Then we all just kind of stopped talking.
This isn't intentional, honest.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost Lorenzo again.
Again. Lorenzo, come back. There he is. He has Lorenzo himself officially for 4 times now?
I lost count.
Are you talking about me? I have to go switch to different apps.
Yeah.
I do that when I'm on the Chromebook as well, but it's harder on a phone because it just kind of a little bit doesn't multitask with the StreamYard. Yeah, doesn't
multitasking. The other screwed up all at once.
Yeah, the remastered is beautiful. Literally was watching it before coming here. Watched Severed Dreams, man, a 44-minute TV show with more depth, emotion, action, and suspense than The Last Jedi by far. So well done, so underrated. I don't. Well, yeah, the Last Jedi I had. I don't know. I had fun watching it. I didn't like how they dealt with Luke's character, but then again, some people point out there's kind of a whiny person to begin with. So,
who? Kylo Ren?
Yeah,
Kylo Ren.
Oh,
Yes, his temper.
Luke was always so whiny.
Luke was
Character.
more Luke was more impulsive, but then again, the original trilogy or the one that we saw in theaters was a coming of age story for him anyway.
Yeah,
he kind of grew out of it.
I thought maybe he
kind of grew out
matured
of it as
the Last Jedi was aired. I mean,
he grew out of it as the movies went on.
Yeah, I thought that his character did have progression.
So when he first started, yeah.
But the whole the Last Jedi, people, it's already been talked about a gazillion times. It's the only reason I watched it, as I've said before, is because people were bad mouthing. Had they bad mouthed Rogue One that much, I would have watched that because that was on Netflix around the same time.
It's terrible. Don't watch it. Sorry, Dave.
Apparently, one episode of Babylon 5 just won better than the modern Star Wars, which is sad. So I'm curious about this remastered thing and where if it's on a streaming service or where someone can watch this. I think it's a DVD collection, so I'm curious with remastered if it's something new. One of the things that one of the problems that they had was it was the original was filmed in widescreen mode, but the special effects were added on like these Omega computers, but those were edited in standard definition. So I think when watches it like the DVD version or what they had online for, I can't remember if it was Netflix or whatever that was airing it. So they go to a scene where the special effects were added, and I think that was like stretched out to fit the screen. Because as I said, the rest of it was filmed. I mean, the show itself was originally filmed in widescreen, but cropped, except for the special effects. So when they moved it, when they decided to go, we're going to show it in widescreen, which they didn't have when it initially aired. The special effects, the regular scenes that were in widescreen were fine, but the special effects would be all stretched out and look like crap. Sorry, I'm repeating myself. I mean, it didn't really look like crap. It's actually quite beautiful, but it still didn't look quite right. That would be to get widescreen. You can't just zoom in to fit TV. The remastered is in 4:3, but much higher resolution, and how it was meant to be seen. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if George Lucas has great hair. So I wonder, if they redid the special effects. The software that they used for Babylon 5, I think, is now available on Windows. As I said back in the day, they used Omegas. They had like several Omegas that they would use to would that be to render the scenes or do you guys know what that would be called?
What would be called?
What is it when you tech? What is it that you have to do with your like 3D images? Is it called rendering or what is that?
Rendering, yeah.
Rendering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if or maybe to process the video or whatever, they have to use several computers.
Yeah.
I wonder how they combine them all.
Render farm and stuff, and a lot of post work and editing, special, maybe Adobe Effects and whatnot. It's a lot. and usually it takes time and effort and a lot of money.
Oh yeah, and that's what Jack Stafford is saying. Babylon 5 has so many CGI effects; it would be cost prohibitive to do them over. And I think the original files were lost, or the company is out of business. Yeah, that one surprised me.
It surprised me.
I think it changed. It might have even changed networks partway through. I'm trying to remember. It was kind of confusing. There were actually like 2 pilot episode, like movie length pilot episodes, and I mean 2 versions of it.
Yeah, and then there was
I think I've only seen the maybe it was a remaster. I don't know, but the original one had like kind of a slightly different tone to it, and they might have changed some of the actors or actresses. I don't know if the word actor is gender neutral now or what. Well, the CGI effects for Babylon 5 were formed out of some interesting places not far from me. And I thought a lot and interesting in quotes. I love the special effects.
Yeah, that was filmed in BC, wasn't it? Babylon 5 was filmed in BC, I believe.
Interesting. I know that the special effects. The funny thing is, at the time, I was more of a I didn't understand Babylon 5 because it was really a lot of the story was told through flashbacks and stuff, and I hadn't seen the pilot episode. And I think they go when they do reruns, but I don't remember them rerunning the pilot. It was like a really long episode, so maybe that was the deal. So, and I remember at a time there was this guy in the college dorms, and like in the lobby at the college, he'd be watching Babylon 5, and like he'd be talking about how great the special effects were. And at the time, I thought Deep Space Nine special effects were like fancier, but like maybe they were in a way, but like now looking back at things, there was a lot of charm to the special effects. Like Ambassador Kosh had this living ship, quite beautiful. How they,
and
I think there was a lot of.
Although they're really different, DS9 was a ripoff of Babylon 5.
Well, what I heard is that is his name Straczynski?
Yeah, the guy that created it went to.
Yeah, the guy, and he created. He was like either the creator or head writer or director or something like that for She-Ra, the original She-Ra cartoon. But what he said is he presented his show, and even this shows, like with the so-called Bible, like to the Paramount, I think it was, and then they supposedly said, we're not interested in
a space station
show that takes, a sci-fi space show that takes place on a space station. And then all of a sudden they came out with Deep Space Nine. And I'm not sure if the writers themselves even knew, or if it was being copied. I'm not sure if the writers would have known, or if the guys from the network would say, hey, how about pitch this an idea and say, like, how about you do things this way or whatever? Because I'm not sure that everybody was in on it, like everybody on Deep Space Nine, or if it was. And there was never really there was a court case to resolve it, but that's the allegation, is that at least the network, somebody at the network is said to have known about and
the ripping off.
Copy, yeah. But I think what happened was, over time, the shows ended up gaining their,
Oh yeah,
he didn't want to upset the plans of either show by suing. and there was a lot of overlap. There was also a lot of overlap between the actors on both shows. And if you look, and there was a lot of writers on Babylon 5 who had been on Star Trek, and like even, well, I mean, there was that guy who played Chekhov, that actor. He was on
Babylon 5.
yes, Bester. Yeah. I mean, I think that was it. I like that character better than even Chekhov, but I think I think they had like I think it was inspired. There were some episodes and some plot elements that seemed like it was borrowed from the Next Generation, and so maybe that played a factor too. But it seemed, but it was it seemed, but I think that I mean, the official reason I heard, though, is what I said was that there were like didn't want to upset the fan base, because I think Babylon 5 itself was different enough from Star Trek, the previous Star Trek shows, including the Next Generation, that even despite some overlap and actors from those shows, even some of the even crossovers with like Babylon 5 actors, I think they could have had a case, if that's what, because it's not like I look at anything about Babylon 5 and I really think, well, this is Sheridan, or who was the other captain? There were a couple captains.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't like either of them were like Captain Kirk or Captain Picard. Sinclair. And it wasn't like it wasn't like the different. There was a similarity in that they did have something a little similar to like how some trails have a parasite in them. There were a couple different things going on. I don't want to give away too many plot spoilers for people who haven't seen.
Yeah, but the Trill were introduced in the Next Generation already, so
yeah, they had something like that in the Next Generation, and then all of a sudden, Babylon 5 had an episode that dealt with some people who had a kind of parasite like that, and then there was some. Then there were, I think, multiple episodes dealing with a similar concept, but in a different fashion. That there's kind of some, on Babylon 5, which is kind of similar with, wasn't there something on besides the Trill, weren't there? Didn't it turn out that like Starfleet Command, I guess here's a spoiler alert, but weren't they taken over by some sort of parasites in one episode?
yeah, I think that was more Next Generation.
Yeah, the Next Generation. Yeah, and I think
they were supposed to be invested into a whole bunch.
And I think there was some similar thing happening with some of the Centauri on Babylon 5. Spoiler alert. So there were things that
Lorenzo, that show's so old.
Still, I think that if you're talking about who what show took more ideas, I'd say it was Deep Space Nine taking more ideas from Babylon 5, and Babylon 5 taking from, like, say, the Next Generation. Yeah. Even though I think they even had Next Generation writers, I still think that they were, if they had the show's Bible, the Babylon 5, and even if the writers didn't know what was going on, but the network was feeding them ideas. You know, I'd like to think that, you know, again, it's only an allegation. We haven't, it has never been proven in court, but I'd like to think it wasn't just like the entire writing staff that was involved in Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, I doubt
Yeah,
it
I mean, it was
all
like,
writing staff.
but it was like multiple episodes where if you watch the two at the same time, it's easy to see the parallels. I prefer watching those shows separately, and then I can enjoy Deep Space Nine and Babylon 5 without comparing the two. You know, if I'm not watching them at the same time. It's just kind of like a bummer watching both of those at the same time. So, and both of the pilot episodes have different effects, music, etc. I bought the original at TrekCon. Oh, the CGI effect. Okay, Deep Space Nine had better effects visually, but Babylon 5 was more dynamic and action-oriented. Yeah, so like Odo being a changeling, I think that might have been kind of a slur. So sorry to. I don't know. Anyway, so that was really impressive. There were a lot of impressive scenes, but you know, I'd say the stuff when they had the Defiant and stuff. I think that was. I mean, that certainly was action oriented. But I don't know. I'd say Babylon 5. Their special effects were quite unique. They were making their ships. And that was the thing is I think Star Trek might have still been using, I don't know, were they using some actual models as well for their ships? I'm not sure if 5 had the budget.
Well, back then, a lot of things were made with practical effects. So a lot of models of ships and stuff were made. They used matted painting for backgrounds, like the space. Like even the scene where Darth Vader comes out of his ship and he's walking through a platoon of troopers. The troopers were actually painted. They were hand painted troopers.
Really?
So yeah.
Wait,
all the troopers were hand painted.
Which Star Wars movie?
The first one.
Okay. Oh, okay.
The one where we're first introduced to Darth Vader.
Okay.
It was like a bird's eye view going down at a certain angle, and you have Vader coming from inside the ship and he's walking down this like red carpet type thing, and you have stormtroopers on the left and on the right. The stormtrooper, like I think maybe like the first row were real people, and the rest were actually matte painting.
So I'm wondering with Deep Space Nine what they were doing. If they were mixing in some practical effects, because I mean this is like, what was that?
I mean,
90s or early 2000s?
It's just a lot of people.
Because I think Babylon 5 they had I think the ships were straight up CGI, but I thought like with the Next Generation and Deep Space Nine, I thought there was like maybe a mixture of CGI for the ships and actual models, but I could be wrong. It could have been all CGI.
Possibly.
It seemed like they had. I think they had the budget to maybe combine all that with. I think Babylon 5. They're like, we're gonna use computer animation. we're going to make some really unique looking ships. Like that,
Right.
and that, I don't know. I really do think they did it. I mean, I do think that they used CGI quite well in there.
Mm.
Like quite artistically. Like, you know, I really like the CGI models. Whereas if it felt with Deep Space Nine, like I think they were kind of stuck for the most part. They were stuck with a lot of their ships were stuck they didn't want to depart too much from the previous Star Trek shows.
Right.
So you had to, I mean, the Defiant was unique.
It's 10
But
till 10.
if they had like a Starfleet ship, a lot of those would look similar.
Mm-hmm.
Where you watch Babylon 5 and had all sorts of unique. Yeah, I think that was maybe more ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like a more ambitious show. The characters too, like, I mean, there was Garrick on Deep Space Nine,
Right.
but like a lot of the characters, like Gul Dukat, it wasn't like I ever thought, you know, this guy might turn out to be a good guy, but Lando Malari on Babylon 5, I was like never knew if that guy was is he going to be a hero or is he going to be, well, seemed like he was going to be a villain, but like, you know, it changed throughout the show. It's the same thing with who is that head and iron character? Jakar, was it?
Yeah.
Like there's a scene where he uses this drug and he he psychically rapes Malari. I don't even know if I can say the word rape on here, but it just did. They actually did have a similar thing happen to, I think, Troy, Counselor Troy on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yeah.
But I think it was a drug that gave people psychic powers or something on Babylon 5.
Or could, yeah. But it was
Yeah. And the way that they dealt with that whole thing, I mean, the intensity of that, and like, once somebody does something that like horrific, you know, how can that person like ever redeem themselves? I mean, with like Jakar,
Uh-huh.
I think it was fascinating.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to take off, Lorenzo. I'm getting a bit
Well,
tired.
thanks for showing up,
Yeah.
Rick.
So am I.
It sounds. Oh, you take off as well.
Yep.
So,
I
Rick,
got some
where can
days
we
left.
find you? It sounds like you might not be around.
Well, people can get.
It's like 10. Well, it's like 10 minutes till 11.
Well, because it's 10 minutes to 10 here. It's almost 10 here, and I do have to shut up too.
Okay, so Rick, I know you're going to be moving soon, so
Yeah. Hopefully, I will be up and
your show's going to
running.
be on hiatus, is it? Or
Yeah, you can still find me on YouTube. Hopefully, in the next, I'll be up in like 2 weeks or less.
okay,
Right.
okay. I thought you meant like for months you weren't going to be around.
No.
Well, no,
I'm bringing my.
I felt
bad.
bad.
The internet comes back, right?
I felt bad that I left after. That you didn't catch your full show last night when you were live because not alive. You're still alive, but the show was live because
Your live stream.
I wanted.
Yeah. Well, that was Chris's show I was on.
Your last show on your channel from your stream.
Yeah, that was on Tuesday.
From your old house at this point.
But basically, I'm going to be at my cousin's place. She has net, and I'm going to be bringing my own computer there.
Oh, okay, that's good.
And I'm going to be bringing, although I can't bring my nice big TV that I use as a monitor, I'm bringing my tablet here that I can draw on as my monitor. So,
Okay, well that's cool.
Interesting.
and that's why I got it a lot. Well, for two reasons: A, to be able to use it to do my drawing digitally, and to be able to.
That's why I got
visit-
that's why I got an iPad. Or I bought an iPad off a client, and so I'm trying to learn how to use it so I can do drawing on that, so I can just take that everywhere with me.
I've heard that those that you can get some of those when you get some of those things used, they can be a really good deal with the iPad. Getting them new is quite pricey, but if you manage to save some money, I've heard they're really powerful.
Well,
even if you
this
go
is this one here is a UG,
a
and
little
it only
older.
costs it's a 15.4 inch. It only cost me 220 Canadian. Jack says tablet. That's the biggest tablet I've ever seen. I'm not sure what you'd call it.
It's still a tablet. It's just a tablet monitor, I guess.
Yeah,
some of the tablets.
It's a drawing tablet, if you will. Not sure.
Yeah.
This is
Some of
actually
the tablets get
This what
that big.
14? This what 14 inches?
15.4.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. That's because my iPad is a Pro, and so that's 12.9 inch.
Yeah, they do have a 12-inch one as well, but I went for the bigger one. And also to Jack, Farscape is good. I've seen the whole series, and I really liked it.
I especially like some of the earlier stuff that was. I'm trying to remember if the production company changed. I feel like it got maybe a little too focused on the kind of sexual thing, which usually wouldn't bother. I don't know. It seemed like it got kind of maybe a little too into the.
Sometimes it could be risque in that way, but not that often.
And it wasn't like The Wire where there were like two dudes and like it was kind of hardcore kind of like from what you call. Not that I and if some we got gay viewers and I don't have anything against gay people. It just seemed a little. It was like kind of like Big Love. That was another thing where it seemed like maybe this is getting a little too graphic or whatever.
And Jack,
I've seen like if I wanted to watch a porn, I could just watch one. Yeah, it wasn't ever like that with Farscape, where it felt like even like a softcore porn or anything from what I recall.
And Jack,
something with I think it was a Tiara character hooking up with a male character, but so.
And I was just going to say to Jack, and you're right. You're thinking the right one for Farscape with the Muppets, puppets, whatever. But there's only two in it. One, I'm not sure whether you'd be able to really tell, and that's the person that controls the ship. And there's one little other guy. Anyway,
I used to watch Buck Rogers as a little kid. I can't remember much about it, except for like clips I've seen recently. But yeah, so. Oh yeah, the lower decks on Babylon 5. That part was really interesting, like showing how the other people, like you don't really get like to see on Deep Space Nine much of the time how the rest of
the non-Starfleet people live.
Yeah. I mean, I think they might have had episodes here and there. It wasn't really
the non-main staff.
Yeah, and that was a thing. And I don't think they even really dealt with it.
Yeah,
like all the time on Babylon 5, but they did it from time to time, and it was interesting in that it wasn't all like a utopia like Star Trek. It was like it was kind of in a way it was more like once they got to like Star Trek when they dealt with like Star Trek Enterprise. And they're just fine starting the Federation. It was more like that with Babylon 5 because these races were just starting to try to get along and have their own space congress or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, OG Battlestar, I'd like to watch some of that. A lot of that was actually based on the used to be called Mormons, but I heard that I'll just say the Latter-day Saint movement, or the Restoration.
Yeah.
But a lot of the ideas from there were like based on there's like the Pearl of Great Price, which is part of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saint scriptures.
Yes.
Not all the different churches in the Restoration, or even the Latter-day Saint Restoration movement use those scriptures. But Pearl of Great Price has to do with mentions briefly that Heavenly Father lives on a planet near the star called
Kolob.
And didn't they have like Cobol or something like that? And
Yeah.
in
I forget everything. But I was just going to say yes, where people can find me. They can find me on YouTube,
yeah.
Comics, and Twitter. I will, after I get off, I will put a link to my channel in the thing.
So from what thanks for joining us. It sounded like Deep Space Nine was using like old school models, and Jack was saying it was more kind of like 1970s style special effects towards later on in Deep Space Nine. Daniel, where can we find you?
You can find me at Tech Corner on Twitter and Instagram. You can also find me at Tier Comics on Twitter as well. That's about it, because you can't find me on YouTube right now, I guess.
And Shinobi.
All right, you can find me. You can find me on YouTube. I'm uploading shorts about at least once or twice a day. Also, go to check out Jason Dumay's channel on YouTube. He draws and features work that artists have done, and they send him. And he also features any work any artists have sent him on his Facebook, and I've sent a lot of his work there. So if you check that out Friday nights, you might see something I've done.
Very cool. And feel free to drop links in the chat. Looks like Shadowhawk Talks is good to see you. So we're going to be closing things down pretty soon. Might address some of the comments in the chat after. I want the people who need to get going, like panelists, need to get going. That's fine. Here's a link to Nobi. You have anything else, Daniel?
Nope, that's it for now.
Okay, well, thanks for joining us. Thanks, everybody. I want to back up a little bit with, because there was some interesting stuff going on in the chat. I love these old school, Well, I mean, obviously, there's been. I guess we could call it old school by now.
Yeah.
These were like 20 or more years ago. So,
yeah,
some of the stuff. But yeah, if you need to get going, I can let you go.
Yeah. All right, guys. Y'all have a good night.
You too. Okay, let's. Deep Space Nine was still using 70s special effects methods until.
Are you still going to be going, or?
Yeah. Late into its run, Babylon 5 was unhindered by physical models.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you guys later, and y'all have a good one. Later, Lorenzo.
So that was kind of the deal was that that's why I say Babylon 5 was more ambitious in a way, in that and I think there was a certain charm to the not that there's not a charm to the models with like if they were using like physical models on Deep Space Nine, but it's like by that time, how many different like spaceships do you need that like look like the Enterprise? Because like a lot of Starfleet ships look very similar. Not that they really dealt too much with ships till later on, where they're at. There's a spoiler alert: Dominion War, but yeah, I did like the Defiant. That was a cool ship, but I do think it was more ambitious with Babylon 5, and I thought the Amiga graphics were really cool. Like in retrospect, at the time, I didn't understand it, what the big deal was, because I just didn't understand Babylon 5 at the time. I didn't have it, it was hard for me to watch, because it was like if you missed an episode, you could, it wasn't just episodic. It had an uh, overarching story. And as I said before, I didn't see the pilot episode till it was actually decades later. I think it's the remastered version, not the original. I don't know if I've ever seen the original pilot. I don't think Body Snatchers was unique to Deep Space Nine or Babylon 5. Sorry about that, folks. That was weird. The idea of body snatchers wasn't unique. They had an invasion of the body snatchers, but weren't they pod people? Sorry about that. I thought my phone was charging and it wasn't. Uh, um, yeah. So yeah, I thought the body invasion of the body snatchers. I thought that was like pod people. Wonder what the first sci-fi show was that, or movie or novel or whatever, that had parasites that took over people's minds. I wonder which who did that first, because that very well could have been something that happened before Next Generation did. Is that a Birdman? Huh. there was no Birdman. That was Buck Rogers. So yeah, the Buck Rogers. I'd like to rewatch the '80s version. I remember my mom telling me, "Oh yeah, we had a Buck Rogers when I was a kid," and I think the original were like old. Weren't the original like old serials that would show it like at a theater, movie theater, in Lower Decks? Lower Decks on Babylon 5 were cool. My dad used to watch Buck Rogers. Yeah, I used to watch that probably with my dad, my late father. I learned a lot of the stuff from I got into a lot of stuff from my dad and brother. They end up eventually maybe moving on to different. My brother ended up didn't really keep track of a lot of the stuff that he was into towards later on. Kind of surprised when he passed away, and I found out he was watching these superhero TV shows because I think he was initially kind of critical of superhero movies, but I don't really, they became, the TV shows became so prevalent though on Netflix and stuff. The old G Battlestar classic sci-fi is so honest. No woke shit. Yeah, so that stuff is interesting. With it was kind of like they're kind of like how the Mormon pioneer. Well, they don't all like to be called Mormon, but like the early saints traveling across the plains, going off to Utah. I think that was kind of, from what I've heard of Babylon 5, I think maybe there was kind of something similar, like kind of, I think even Star Trek originally was marketed as like a wagon train through the stars, and they didn't really stick with that, but that was a way of getting the network to air it. But I think Babylon 5 was like that. They had a lot of the same, I think the original, very, very first Babylon 5, I don't know if it was a miniseries or what. And I heard that there was like a reboot, like, I can't remember, it was 1980s. I heard that I heard that one wasn't quite as good as the original. I think the original maybe started in the 70s. And then there was one that, then there was one that was a complete remake more recently that's quite critically acclaimed. But I'm not sure if it had as many Latter-day Saints as much influence. Isn't there a huge guy with a bird nose and braids and his hair like a Red Warrior guy? Huh. That Buck Rogers? But it's hard for me to watch black and white stuff. That is my bad. And Jack says there wasn't a huge guy with a bird nose and braids. Well, I think, isn't that a comic book character? All of DS9 used physical models until late in its run. Babylon 5 has CGI from the start, so could have ships zipping around in different every episode. There were no painted troops in Star Wars. There were painted rebels at the end of the ceremony. Interesting. You think of Return of the Jedi's opening scene in the docking bay, most of those were painted troops. Interesting. On those here, yeah, Lana Malari's such a complex character. I mean, as I said, the closest thing you're going to get, like in Deep Space Nine, is somebody like a Garrick, and still, he's kind of like not so trustworthy person, but like Lano, yeah, he could really switch around, and so could a lot of the characters. They could just be really, they could be on the right track and then just start doing some real evil things, or they could start off doing some real evil things and then change around and start doing good things. You never quite knew which direction. They could, there'd be maybe they'd be doing good for a while, and then they'd be tempted with something like the Garibaldi, the security guard, and in real life the guy died of alcoholism, which kind of which paralleled the show where the guy had problems with alcohol. And I can't remember if it was Sheridan or Sinclair who had all those flashbacks, which Captain was. And then in real life, the guy was schizophrenic. And so it's really, really hard for him to do those scenes because he was, he'd start hallucinating on the show, and he was dealing with hallucinations in real life. So a lot of those actors sadly passed on. We're on Babylon 5. Lando's redemption arc was a big deal. It took years. Yeah, that was the thing that it was such an ambitious thing with Babylon 5. And the guy what's his name? Is it J. Michael Straczynski? I don't know if I said that right. He really did have a story, like a Bible for the show and a plan as far as what he wanted to do with the story arcs. I think the last season they had to combine maybe what was supposed to be a couple different seasons together and try to make it work, and kind of had to cram things together. He had to do that for some sort of one of the seasons because I think the show was getting canceled. I think it changed networks. I said that earlier too. You're thinking of Return of the Jedi. Did that have a Birdman? Farscape? Yeah, Farscape was good. Actually, I think it was excellent. It had no, it did have some puppets, but they were really well. They were really well integrated in the show. Like it had a pilot that was a puppet, but it wasn't like a Muppet. Closest thing to a Muppet was even though it was Jim Henson Productions. I think under Jim Henson Jr. Closest thing to a Muppet would be Rigel. I think he was a deposed emperor. Everybody on that ship that on Farscape was on the run. A New Hope was just a hallway with 9 troopers removing no need or way to use a painting. Bird dudes from Farscape. Yeah, I definitely recommend Farscape. It's the first few episodes are real jarring because it's this human who gets he ends up in space, and I think he ends up going through like a wormhole or something. He's like stuck way out in space, I think. Crichton, I think, is his name. Stargate, I like the movie. Like to try to watch the TV show, but it's just watching the original movie. And then I watched the pilot that got turned into a movie. I watched the re-edited stuff where they took out some of the censorship. I thought that and the movie with Kurt Russell awesome. And then just the regular show, um, I think the special effects on just the regular episodes, like first episode after the pilot, or maybe it's episode 2 or whatever they call it. I think that was just a big downgrade that kind of was disappointing, but I think maybe the storyline would be something I'd be interested in. It's just maybe I should just start watching it and kind of, since I've already seen the movie, I've already seen the pilot for it. Well, maybe I should rewatch the pilot for, what is it, SG1? Tabletop, the tabletop, more like it. Oh yeah, because it's a big tablet. Yeah, check out, yes, please subscribe to, check out Shinobi's channel. If you like it, please subscribe. I don't know if you can tell people to go off and subscribe to a channel, or if YouTube gets upset about it, but I'm subscribed. I think I enjoy his channel. A lot of time-lapsed art work. As long as there aren't too many puppet muppets, yeah. Most of the characters are humans. A lot of them are Australian actors. They're really cool. The Mad Max movies, totally different feel. They were filmed in Australia. It's a great place to film sci-fi shows, and they also didn't have to pay the actors as much, I think. So they kind of and some of those people from Farscape ended up on. A couple of them ended up on one of the Stargate TV shows, but I'm not sure which one it was. Was that Firefly? Firefly was interesting. That was actually kind of like a space western. I had actually watched Serenity first, which probably should have watched. So watching those TV shows, once again, Serenity's it's a movie, so it has better special effects, but really do like the grittiness of Firefly, whole Wild West vibe. But set in space. It's space western. And check out the Jason Dubé's YouTube channel on Friday. I believe he will be featuring some of my Jessica drawings on his show tomorrow. That's awesome. Please do check it out. I don't have a link to that, unfortunately, but if anybody has a link, feel free to post it. And Erin Gray was her name. Erin Gray was she on Farscape, or was she on Stargate, or oops. Well, here's Rick's channel. Check out Rick's channel, awesome channel. And if you want to subscribe, again, I don't know if you can. Well, I tell people to subscribe to my channel. So yeah, subscribe to. Somebody's got a channel, I recommend subscribing to it. And all the panelists I'm subscribed to. A bunch of people in the chat, I'm subscribed to their channels. Subscribe to Rick Cross Comics. Subscribe to Shadowhawk Talks. He's got an awesome channel as well. Jack Stafford doesn't have a channel. If he did, I would subscribe to it. Awesome person. Big supporter of a lot of great channels. Like any number of chats I go into, I see Jack Stafford. He really supports indie channels, and if you don't, I don't want to give people an ultimatum, but please I'm gonna say if you don't, if they're gonna give, just please don't give that guy flack because he's one of those guys that's like he's very very cool guy who can kind of bridge the gap between all these different online communities, and he's a real solid stand-up guy. You know, he's not somebody who's going to go and backstab you or whatever just because he might be friends with one person doesn't mean he's going to not be friends with another person. That's what I really admire about him. He actually behaves like an adult, and a lot of you know, he's not into the you know, high school type drama. That's a lot of like middle-aged guys on YouTube and Twitter and get caught up in it. I'm not pointing fingers. I can get caught up in the drama. So here's the channel that Shinobi or that Ninja was talking about. Then definitely plan on subscribing after the show. Didn't they use higher frame rate like soap operas? Let's see. I'm wondering which show that was. Link to the Autobot and Decepticon becoming Maximals and Predcons we were talking about earlier. Sounds interesting. That was cool how they discovered fire. Not sure what that was about. What that was a reference to. Episode 5 a year before it's been a menace. Ironically, it's special effects were much more in line with it than the long, slow beauty shots of deep space. 9 rooted 1930s sci-fi. Much more beautiful but less dynamic. Yeah, so I think maybe that's what I initially liked about, preferred about the Deep Space Nine with the special effects, because I didn't quite get what this guy was talking about, where Babylon 5 using CGI. I didn't quite get why he was so impressed by it, but once I watched a documentary about the mega computers that they used, and I mean, they weren't like other shows were using like these silicon graphics computers that were much more expensive, and they were using a mega. I appreciate both. Yeah, Nasser's a person. Nasser certainly is a character. I invited him on when Stu, or actually Soy Rage was on. He wasn't able to join. Some other things he had to do apparently. I've heard that OG Battlestar was based on Mormonism, but haven't heard about Babylon 5. I meant Battlestar, not Babylon. I said Babylon 5, I was mistaken. The OG, so yeah, I heard that the very first Battlestar was the best, whatever was from the 70s. I don't know if that was like miniseries or what. I heard that they came out with a series like in the 80s. I think maybe, I don't know if that's a continuation of it, but it sounded like maybe the writing wasn't as good or something. I don't know. And then I heard that there was a remake that's no longer as Mormon-y. Well, Nasser. Battlestar started as a TV movie. The reboot started as a miniseries. Yeah. Oh, maybe the TV movie was the thing that some people were more impressed with than the TV series. Was it? Battlestar Galactica 1980 is that's the one that people don't like. It's the 1981. because it was forced to be made into a younger kid's show. Okay. They had made sure every episode had a lesson for, it's very juvenile, almost Saturday morning stuff. So people who don't quite get, like, the show Seinfeld, that's kind of what they were reacting against. Even though I don't remember Cheers having any sort of lesson or anything like that. But a lot of sitcoms at the time did have a lesson, and so Seinfeld kind of threw out a lot of the common tropes and TV shows. And then they had one entire season, maybe the third season, where they were going to make a show with George, and so Jerry and George were going to make a show about nothing, and so it kind of meta because it was like they were going to make their own Seinfeld type show. It was the characters on Seinfeld. Now that had a story arc to it, and I remember that seemed like it was quite unique for a sitcom. Maybe the show Soap. Maybe it had some sort of story arc. Looks like there's a guest in the back room. There's George. How long you been back there, George?
I don't know, like 30 seconds.
Oh, welcome back.
Hey, how you doing? How's everybody doing?
We have lost most of the people, but I was just kind of reading through the chat.
What happened to them? You didn't kill them, did you?
No, they all go to sleep at 11 p.m., I guess.
What?
Yeah.
That's not kosher. That's not.
Yeah, for some reason, yeah, that's some sort of, and I'm not sure if they're not even in the same time zone.
That's not internet. That's those people are not true internet streamers.
Apparently not. Did you ever watch the 1980? Have you ever watched Battlestar Galactica? Any of the version?
Yeah, absolutely.
What I keep hearing is the 1980 version wasn't as good as the movie or whatever the original was.
Yeah, it was weak. Everybody expected, a really awesome stuff, but it was a weak continuation of the series.
So what somebody said was that it was originally a movie and then they made the 1980 version?
No. It was actually one season, and they ended the season with you find out what happened to Starbuck. He hangs on a desert planet with a Cylon. That's it. It's like what?
Oh, so the 1980 one doesn't continue for it?
No, well, it did continue from the TV series, the 1970s TV series, but it continued on Earth. And the gag was that they did find Earth, but they decided to fly by it because the Cylons were still tracking them. And but they sent was it Starbuck and somebody else to go check out the Earth and see if the Earth has the technology to survive a Cylon attack, and it didn't.
So wait, was this on the 1980s, 1981, or?
Yeah, 1981,
okay.
The 1980 version.
Oh, and Jackson's Lorenzo's my hero. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. But Stargate is all Canadians. I don't know if that's true. Space Buffy. Aaron Ray was Buck Rogers and Silver Spoons. Oh, okay. Aaron Gray. Where it is?
Yeah, there's no substitute for Aaron Gray or Linda Carter. You just those.
Oh yeah.
You can't get anything any better than that.
So apparently the Battlestar TV movie was so good they was put in theaters in Europe as a real movie.
What?
Did I
Battlestar
win a very
Kiwi movie?
special blossom?
What?
Yeah, RJ, welcome. It looks like we got RJ in the chat, or at least he was 20 minutes ago, or whenever it was ready.
Battlestar Kiwi movie? Holy smokes! Come on, man.
Well, there's.
Oh, you know what I found out? I saw that there was a lot of channels on YouTube that had the Spider-Man 1966 cartoon. You know, the one with the nice jazzy music, right?
Yeah, for some reason I remember that theme song.
Yeah.
And I don't really remember the 80s. And I'm very confused about that. Like, I don't know if I would have watched reruns of that at the time, or
Yeah,
if I saw it as an adult, or what, because...
Well, get this. So I decided to upload one of those Spider-Man 1966 cartoons because there's so many websites on so many YouTube channels that have it, right?
Yeah.
And you go through the YouTube check system to confirm everything's okay. And the YouTube check system came back. It says no one will be able to watch the video you just uploaded because it's owned by Disney Corporation.
So all these other people can do it.
Well, then I went back to the other channels that actually have the Spider-Man 1966 cartoons, and you know what I discovered? I strongly think that all those other channels are Disney-owned channels that to make it look like they're grassroots channels and all that stuff. They're corporate channels pretending to be, the man on the street kind of thing.
It's an interesting hypothesis.
Well, hey, if YouTube clearly says that I can't upload any of the Spider-Man 66 cartoons because it's owned by Disney, then why are there other channels out there on YouTube that still have it? They have Spider-Man 1966 cartoons in their library of shows.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, the only conclusion I can come up with is they're corporate. They're corporate channels. They're owned by Disney to make it look like man on the street.
That's a hypothetical possibility in Minecraft.
Yeah.
So what Jack Stafford was saying, that he thinks with the 1980s Battlestar Galactica, he said depending on if a show was in a family hour, there were different rules, and when they put a OG Battlestar in that slot, they had to have a show about bullying, drugs, etc. I think there might have been certain laws passed too at certain times about certain demographics. I don't know in that particular case, but maybe if it was like 8 p.m. Eastern or something, maybe they had to be more careful than something that was at, like, say, 10 p.m.
Oh, come on, that's silly. It's
I know
Battlestar
that,
Galactica,
Huh?
It's Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, but I know there were a lot of shows where they end up where things got watered down for kids. Well, even that the first season of the real Ghostbusters, I remember them calling that TV show, because they didn't own the rights to just call it the Ghostbusters. There was another cartoon that was based on, I don't know, there were those movies called the Ghostbusters that I think they came out before Dan Aykroyd came out with his Ghostbusters.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And I think the cartoon was, I think there was a cartoon called Ghostbusters that was based upon those movies, And then there was a cartoon called The Real Ghostbusters that was based on Dan Aykroyd's.
Hey, did you know Casper the Friendly Ghost cartoon? Remember that? Casper the Friendly Ghost cartoon and Wendy the Witch cartoons?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. Originally, the Casper the Friendly Ghost comic book, he would always kill his tormentors, because he's a ghost. But then but then they decided to make it into a TV series, like Bugs Bunny. So they had to pull the comic books that they had published, where Casper killed all the kids that tormented him.
Wait, I thought he was supposed to be a friendly ghost.
Well, that's why they changed the title to the Casper the Friendly Ghost.
Before that, he was Casper the Homicidal Maniac.
No, originally it was Casper the Ferocious Ghost.
What? Are you making this up?
What's that?
Are you making this up?
How dare you accuse me of making shit up? I take great pride and a lot of effort to come up with narratives, man.
But now, if you want straight scoop, Larry Storch, Forrest Tucker, sitting down with Lou Scheimer, and Lou Scheimer pitches Ghostbusters to him, and Larry Storch just looks over at Forrest and takes his hat off and wipes his brow and says, "Well, Sarge, what do you think?" And they take the gig. So Lou Scheimer has that live action Saturday morning show, Ghostbusters, with Bob Burns in the gorilla suit. And decades later, of course, Columbia comes out with the movie, and Filmation calls him up and says, "Hey, we had a show already called the Ghostbusters," and they're like, "Yeah, but Saturday morning animation." He's like, live action. Like, oh. So they cut a deal where Filmation would get a part of the profits of the Ghostbusters movie. And funny thing is, did you realize that Columbia made absolutely no profit off that movie?
Wow.
You mean the movie was a money laundering scheme?
However the money came in, none of it ever went into profit. So Filmation got bupkis about that. And then
did Filmation?
And then they wouldn't work with them on the cartoon.
The movie the old Ghostbusters movies that the cartoon was based on, or did they just make, or were they just a cartoon company that?
No, the movie had the same concept, had the same name as the 1970s live action Saturday morning half-hour adventure show.
Was that Filmation or a different company?
That was Filmation.
Oh, I didn't realize. So they did make live action stuff.
Yeah, they were the
even
first.
Though they're better known for their cartoons.
Oh yeah,
but
they didn't do much live action.
Huh?
They didn't do much live action. It was it was a poor company. I mean, they were in the same castle every episode. You could see the same scenery.
Yeah. Well, it was kind of like they were the ones who weren't they known for kind of maybe skipping some frames with their animation as well, or recycling some of the same footage.
Oh, sure, they took all the same cuts. Now, I've got an interview with Lou Scheimer on my channel, and he talks about this. When they did the cartoons, there was like the real Ghostbusters, because it was the one after the movie, and then there was Filmation's Ghostbusters. And he got a letter from somebody who thought that his Ghostbusters cartoon was supposed to be a takeoff on the movie, and they were very, very upset that they had taken the character of Winston, the only black guy, and turned him into a gorilla. They thought it was a racist joke, and he's like, "No, you don't understand. We had a gorilla. They made him a black guy."
Yeah, I remember being confused and watching the cartoon as a kid, and it's like, well, wait a second, this is called Ghostbusters, but it's kind of cool and quirky, but this is not it's not the same thing that I expected from.
The funny thing was with the characters named Spencer, Tracy, and Kong. And Kong was Forrest Tucker, not the gorilla.
Hmm. So Jack Stafford said that as far as Battlestar Galactica, the 1980 show was garbage, but they had flying motorcycles 3 years before Jedi. I thought. He said there was a different ending to the OG Battlestar movie. At the end of the theatrical release, Baltar was killed for being a traitor. Well, that's a spoiler alert. In the series, they had it to keep him alive. Oh, to have an ongoing villain.
You do realize that Baltar had a past. He was actually a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. He was the emperor of an entire empire. And as he wanted a battle force that would, fight for him without emotion, he started cloning human beings and then eventually made them cybernetic organisms until finally he just went full-on robot with the Cylons and the droids. Somehow Palpatine changed his name.
Didn't George Lucas end up with a bunch of clones? And
that was my point.
Turned out that was the origin of the...
Somehow Palpatine changed his name to Baltar. And the Empire, a bunch of rebels decided to escape to find this place called Earth.
Because I think Lucas or whomever owned the rights to first Star Wars movie ended up suing Battlestar Galactica. Because I think at least the movie, or I don't know if it's the movie or the very first series.
Well, the original rights.
The same people.
The original rights to Star Wars was owned by the New York Library.
What?
Yeah. The original rights to Star Wars was owned by the New York Library.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, imagine George Lucas's reaction when he was trying to trademark and copyright his work.
Well, that would be a surprise. It's almost like if somebody has a superhero with like a cross on its belt, and all of a sudden it's owned by a ministry, owns the trademark.
That's a plus sign.
It's kind of interesting. Kind of similar. The theme song was the best theme song was the Incredible Hulk cartoon. I don't remember that. Well, there was a change in tone. The Battlestar Galactica DVD commentaries. Casper the Not So Friendly Goat. Okay. So I think I've caught up. I almost caught up with like the messages from 15 minutes ago. Oh well, I guess I am caught up with the messages now. That was simple. It only took me, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. Guess there's a link there. George is full of fun facts.
George is full of something.
Sorry about the miscommunication earlier, George.
What's that?
Sorry about the miscommunication earlier.
Oh no, there was no miscommunication. The chat was full, and I didn't want to interrupt. It was simple.
Oh, I thought maybe you got upset with me.
Oh no! If
I was kind of overwhelmed. I didn't realize like.
If I was upset with you, I would ridicule you as easily as I would ridicule John De La Rose.
Well, I saw a post from Edwin, and he was like, "Yeah, I like you, John. That I don't know about that steampunk uniform. That looks kind of
What are you talking about?
Yeah, there was a. You'd have to see the one where JDA was dressed in a steampunk outfit.
Was it brown?
Yeah, I think the whole outfit was brown. It was like he was almost like he was wearing a cowboy hat or something. I don't know, steampunk hat. It was kind of
Oh gosh.
yeah, it was like yeah, it was kind of like Edwin was basically suggesting that looked like JDA was light in the loafers, so to speak.
Was he wearing high heels to make himself look taller?
You didn't say that, but he's like, it's like I like you, John, but the space punk is start this steampunk outfit you wore. It does look kind of gay, you know. It's like, and that's where I had not that there's anything wrong with that. Like the Seinfeld reference. But yeah,
Nothing wrong with
just,
that.
it was just an interesting choice. There's lots of I've done a search on John De La Rose before because he ran for political candidate and stuff like that. But there's image searches, and they're full of interesting images. I'll leave it like that. Just leave it like that. That you can go on Bing or Google or whatever. You don't even have to look very far. I think the first photo on Bing is the steampunk one. But then again, who knows? It might be customized to my own viewing. I don't know, habits or whatever. Sorry to hear about your warehouse, RJ. I'm glad you've worked things out with George.
Well,
It wasn't me.
I go on streams with him.
I wasn't there.
The only way I can keep an eye on him is to go on the same streams he's on.
Yeah,
so I'm torn about this new beer I'm hearing about. I mean, Bud Light's out of the picture now, and Yanni has entered the scene.
Yanni?
Yanni, Y-O-N-I, Yanni.
Is that wasn't that like I thought that was like a Greek musician or something? Yeah, or what am I?
Oh no, that's Yanni, Y-A-N-N-I. This is Yanni, Y-O-N-I, as in something yonic. And yonic, by the way, is the distaff antonym of phallic. So you know what phallic is, then yonic is the other thing.
What? Wow.
No, really. Georgia O'Keeffe paintings are considered to be yonic because the flowers all look like they're blossoming petals and
Are they like orchids or something?
They're. I'm trying to be delicate. There are children in the room.
Oh.
But Yanni, the Y-O-N-I beer, which is meant to make reference to that particular female piece of anatomy, is collabing with no less of a personage than Amaranth.
Really?
They're brewing a new beer. They're brewing a new beer with a new yeast. Do you want to know where they're getting the yeast?
Oh, Hargrave would find this interesting. I think I have an idea.
They're getting the yeast from Amaranth herself.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I'm like, that's not the same kind of yeast.
I'm surprised they can even sell that.
It's Amaranth is collabing with a beer company named Yanni to brew a new flavor using her vajayjay yeast. Yeah, I would have drank that little girl's bathwater before I would drink this beer.
Yeah, I would drink neither, but
well,
I don't.
If I had to pick a choice,
yeah, no, that's disturbing. I heard about one of the Indian reservations, like they're talking about maybe selling breast milk or something. I could be mistaken. Not sure if that ever happened.
why do we call it breast milk? Is there milk that comes from any other part of the anatomy? It's all breast milk.
There's something that comes from another part of an anatomy.
It's all breast milk.
It was
cow milk comes from the breast of the cow.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah.
No, udder.
Yeah, well, that's just the nipple. It's just big and long.
Yeah, I think those are the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they call them mammals. They have mammary glands.
Yes.
How do you milk an almond? That's a good question. I have to ask the Allman brothers.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
Yeah, people were mentioning The Last Jedi again earlier. I have no idea why they keep, that shouldn't be, it's not really. But the blue milk, that actually goes back to, that was actually a callback to, can't remember which it was it the very, very first Star Wars movie that was retitled A New Hope? Or, because that's what Luke drank was blue milk, like.
Yeah, the first Star Wars movie was not retitled, by the way.
Huh?
I had the book, the gold flake covered paperback. When Star Wars the movie first came out, I had the book, and I remember because it confused me. I'm like, did I miss 3 movies? Because you open up the very first page, it says,
that was always so confusing at the beginning of the movie, and then it'd be like this long scrolling thing full of stuff that never happened on screen. And then when I saw the prequels, it's like, wow. Yeah, or when I saw Phantom Menace, it's like, well, yeah, I probably shouldn't have been that eager to watch a prequel. And so I never really saw was it Attack of the Clones? I really only saw like a scene from it, and there was like some sort of romance scene between Anakin and what's her face?
Padme.
Yeah, and it's like, Anakin's like played
she was named that because the actress went in and she had a very small breast, and they already had the costumes designed. They said, "What are we going to do?" And they said, "Padme."
Oh boy. It's so like, yeah, in the first movie she's like what, years and years older than Anakin?
He was 9 and she was 14.
And then like suddenly and then in the second movie they had a different actor, was it, for Anakin?
Well, yeah, they had Jake. Jake, obscure actor who went away, kid actor, and then he grew up, so they had to have a different actor.
So it was a different actor?
Yeah, because they had an adult actor.
Yeah. So, but Padme did she?
No, Padme was
Did
the same
she
actor
age
all
at
the time.
all though? Did they make her look older? I mean, obviously she'd look older than that.
No, Anakin just sort of caught up to her.
That doesn't make any sense.
And do you see him hitting on the queen, though he's just 9 and she's 14? Yeah, bet he's gonna marry her someday.
Oh, Weird Al.
Yeah, it's this is one of his greatest songs as the saga begins.
Yeah, he's somebody I think's really underrated as far as
Sometimes his
musician,
musicians are better than the
songwriter.
band that they copy.
Huh?
His musicians are sometimes better than the band that they're doing a copy of.
Oh yeah, yeah. The funny thing is, I think he said it in an interview about the song "Beat It" that, well, we used a real gong at the beginning of the song, and then they used like a sample or something. I'm trying to remember. I could be totally remembering this wrong. And it was like, so that part of that song, that gong was better, was a part of the song that was better than the original. It's like, and I think that's kind of funny. You know? Just the gong that you hear for like a couple seconds or whatever, you know. Let's say 5 seconds. That was the better part of the song. But yeah, he did have like just incredible songs, and like I remember watching this. I watched this documentary. I think it might have been on YouTube, and they just showed like the charts he'd come up with, and it's like, here's where the kazoo comes in. Like all this. I think it was like very elaborate stuff. Like the way it was orchestrated and everything. But I never would have realized that as a kid. Oh, and that he did the song "Smells Like Nirvana." The video had a lot of the same actors who were in the Nirvana "Smells Like Teen Spirit" music video, and like you could like compare scene by scene, and a lot of it's very similar. And then there's some things that were done, like putting a cow in there and stuff like that. The you know, all of, you know, there was stuff that was in there that was like a parallel universe version of the video or something. It's so it's like really, really accurate. Well, you know, being an obvious parody. Hey, Cajo's Retro Gaming, good to see you. Smash the like. Much love from fan. Oh, much love, fan. Yeah, well, thank you. So, how have you guys been doing?
Living in interesting times.
You guys still there, George and RJ?
I'm here.
Who knows what happens to George? He might be off delivering pizza. Does he use the spaceship to deliver pizza or the DeLorean? Oh, well, it's not a DeLorean. It's something legally distinguished from a DeLorean. Like if you look at the model, it's like, or you look at the design to the, it's like, okay, there's all these different pieces, you know, different elements from what I recall. So RJ, what have you been up to? Like, what days are your shows there?
Whenever I want.
Okay, that's
I maintain no schedule now. In fact, I tried to. It used to be like if I had a day with no show on it, I'd be like spending the afternoon saying, "Hey, who wants to come on? I need somebody on. Who needs a push?" And now it's like I look at my calendar like, I don't have a show tonight. Cool. I just.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Especially since YouTube demonetized me, I'm like, you know what? Why am I breaking my back for this? I got other things I can do that are actually making me money.
They demonetized you?
They demonetized me.
It doesn't really make any sense because it seemed like your show was pretty pretty much like kind of like PG
It
rated.
wasn't that. I was part of a network, and another person had access to my channel, and they were uploading videos that had already played on their channel as a sort of like a replay. And then YouTube said, hey, you got a lot of stuff on your channel that is already on someone else's channel, and there's actually no change to it at all. So rather than saying, take that down and don't do it again, they just said, so we're taking away your monetization. There is no appeal.
I've heard of people being accused of, like, I can't remember what it was, like reusing content or something like that, but I didn't quite understand what that is. Like, there are channels that multi-stream, like
oh yeah, they streamed in multiple places at the same time.
Yeah, on YouTube.
I did that 2 years ago on Christmas, and I got my only community strike for doing that because they called it spamming.
Yeah, there's streams I can think of. I won't mention them right now, but that you do that every single time they stream. They're streaming on like 3 different channels.
Yeah,
I get kind of confused being in the chat where, you
see chats
they'll
pop up.
be addressing someone in some other chat on some other channel, but we're actually on.
I'm only going to the one YouTube channel now. I've got all these options, but I only go to my YouTube channel. I'm like, why am I even paying for StreamYard anymore if I'm not using multiple outlets and I'm not using up 60 hours a month?
Hey, Timbergini. Hey, folks, please let people know that if we didn't end the stream early like I thought I would. I thought I was gonna have to prematurely end the stream. Oh, heck, and we ended up going for 4 hours actually. I thought we were gonna end it.
Well, I'm gonna end it. I got to go to work in the morning, so it's been a fun night.
And I don't know where George went to.
I'm right here.
UHF was my favorite movie, says First Ghost Burt Reynolds. Bring me pizza, please. And Timbergini, I come just to say hello and good evening, folks. Yeah, it's good to see you, Timbergini. And UHF, watched it at least once. I can't remember if I watched. Maybe I watched it twice. Really really thought that Gandhi had an interesting story arc. Like he came back, but he was kind of pissed off. Unexpected surprise. I thought he had passed away. I thought he was assassinated.
No, the unexpected part of Gandhi was when he became an assassin. That was, nobody saw that happening.
Yeah, they had that in UHF. That was awesome. So do you have to get going, RJ?
Yeah, I need to.
Okay.
Drink and go to bed. Be an old man.
Do you want to just plug your show or?
Oh, before RJ, show them off your book, Monsters Next Door.
Yeah.
You want me to go on camera?
Don't you have a couple books at least? No.
Oh, I have some books.
You have a fairy tale book, and then you have that. Don't you have one that has a bunch of ads for stuff too?
I got a new
comic book style ads.
I got a new book coming out. It's about homosexual fantasies. I call it fairy tales.
Oh, interesting. That would definitely be.
So, yes, the Monsters Next Door. This one is just released. 400 pages and some change. 20 horror stories and instead of like doing the usual thing where you had the story title and a byline and you just start reading the story, we just gave everybody a comic book cover and a byline on it with a action call at the bottom. And that's we did
so
20
it's
of those.
prose, and then it has some images too.
Yeah, it's got a cover image, and then on the back side of the cover, it's got ads.
That's the one I was
targeted to monsters.
Yeah, and then you got one that's about like Grimm Brothers one, Brothers Grimm, right?
That's this bad boy here. This 540-page family Bible size book.
But he also has the economy size.
I do have the economy size. Right here. So if you don't want to, if you're cheap and you don't want to spend $75 on a really beautiful hardcover book, you can get a cheaper version in paperback. So they're both.
How much is that one?
Flip through the paperback.
How much is the paperback?
Less. I don't really know how much.
Okay, so you don't.
I'd have to go to Amazon to look at it. I don't memorize the prices.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So you got every story begins with a full page illustration across from the title, and then we have as you flip through it, every story has little pieces of artwork throughout it.
So you're still getting a beautifully illustrated book. It's just not.
Oh yeah, it's just not
as beautiful and
it's not
grandiose or as far as it's not as.
Well, here the juniper tree. We got this beautiful juniper tree here, and the fiery phoenix rising up out it. It's a scene from the story. But the little boy comes home to his stepmother, and she kills him, and then she realizes she'd done something bad, so she sets him up in the chair. So when her sister comes home, when his sister comes home, she thinks she killed him. So we got the dead boy sitting there holding the apple that she had given him. She'd cut his head off, so she taped it back on, and then when the sister slaps him for ignoring her, she knocks his head clean off and thinks, she's traumatized. She thinks she killed her brother. Children's fairy tales, kids.
So, what are the names of these books?
Well, this book here is about 400 pages in the paperback version.
What's the name?
It's a paperback version of the 500-page book.
Yeah, what are these books called?
Brothers Grimm.
There's Brothers Grimm, and what's the other thing called?
Again, the same thing.
Monsters Next Door.
Monsters Next Door. Okay. So
sometimes we do whole scenes.
Put the spines beside each other.
Yeah, the Brothers Grimm. So that's the one with two versions.
No, the spine Monsters Next Door with it. Yeah, there you go. Two great purchases right there.
Right here.
So with Brothers Grimm,
easily fit on your shelf.
Yeah. With the
Yeah.
oversized Brothers Grimm, is it the same illustrations, but they're bigger?
Same illustrations, but bigger.
And a hardcover.
Yeah. Okay, let me.
If you want the deluxe edition, I could definitely see the appeal of getting the bigger one. Well, especially with how beautiful the artwork is. Now, is the artwork anonymous, or do you?
No, the artwork is that guy.
Wait, it's George?
Yeah, he was the art director on it. So any of the art that came in, it all passed through George's fingers.
I did the art.
Yeah.
Show them the credits page on the soft cover.
So that's what's so interesting when the things about George is they take a look at somebody takes a look at Joe Kane, and that's one way, and then you can look at that's the credits page.
Yep, this is the interior pension, and you can see that bottom there: book design, typesetting, cover art, and interior illustrations.
Yeah, it's like some people don't realize just like how versatile George is.
Well, I have been doing it for 3 decades. I haven't sat there
Yeah,
and
so
limit myself to one what we call a discipline of art.
yeah,
Airbrush.
you don't understand that it's not just
Airbrush
We
markers.
worded this badly, George. We've got we got competing copyrights on here because we got all contents are copyright Critical Blast Publishing, and then you got the copyright on the illustrations.
It's okay.
Whatever happens, happens. I just sent you a link in the private chat. That's our full catalog
got
of
that
everything we've got
highlighted.
published so far.
Well, it looks like we're streaming to. Oh, maybe we did stream today on Twitch.
Oh, what is catalog?
Maybe we
Is
it Twitch or Facebook? I can't tell. So
that's a bad URL. I don't know where you got that.
well, that's not.
Oh, it's just catalog. I don't know where that opens came from.
Yeah, that is weird. There we go.
But you know, that just puts the monsters next door right in your face, and then underneath that you've got the other stuff we've done: the devil you know better, gods and services, bulletproof origins, Brothers Grimm, and the Black Diamond Effect: Joe King versus Job Ads. And we're currently reading for the final The Devil You Know book, The Devil You Know Best. That is going to be reading through the end of January, submissions for that, and publishing it before the end of March.
So this is the weird thing, RJ, is I know I don't I'm not in your chat like all the time, but I did watch a few of your streams, and I just for some reason I didn't realize that you were making your own books. I knew you distributed books. Seemed like you were promoting other people's books, but
I've been published by other people. I don't advertise those books either. I've been published by Destroyer Books. I've done some Remo Williams novels. My first publication was with a company out of England. They did 2 books. One was a Doctor Who spin-off book that they were controlling the rights to. The other one was an Alice in Wonderland, the third book of the trilogy. There's Wonderland, Looking Glass, and then Behind the Moon.
so it's like you hide your candle or light or whatever, your lamp under a bushel.
Yeah, well, I just don't talk about it all the time. I go to a convention and I talk about it because that's what I'm there to do, is talk about it. But after the convention, I'm like, I got books to pack. I got a show to do. I got other people's comics to talk about.
Yeah, because it was. Yeah, I think at first I just thought you were just a customer, which I'm guessing you are a customer as well, probably about all sorts of.
Yeah,
books over the
I
years.
buy a lot of the books that are on my show.
Yeah.
The reason why I had to cut down on shows, I was going broke.
Yeah, so that's interesting though that it turns out that you got this. How long do you say you've been making books?
My first book was my first story was written and produced as a play in first grade in 1974. So that's not going to count. The first book I had published by somebody was in 2000.
Okay. But even when you were in first grade, you were interested in books.
Oh yeah, I wrote a play in the first grade. I wrote a novel in 8th grade because the principal, who was our 8th grade teacher, he said, I want a composition from everybody in the class every Friday. He said, I don't care what it's about. I don't care if it's a book report or just your thoughts or whatever, but I want something every Friday. So every Friday I turned in a new chapter of a World War II story with vampires and werewolves.
No, that's interesting.
And I was researching all the stuff in World War II to, find out where I could put these people and what battles they'd be in. And
Wait, how old were you when you did this?
what age are you in 8th grade? 14?
Oh, you were in 8th grade. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's really cool.
I remember in 5th grade, I wrote a story for turning into class because it was like, write a story and turn it in. So I'm like, okay, cool. What have I not seen? I haven't seen Spider-Man and Green Lantern do anything together. So I wrote a Spider-Man Green Lantern story, and it was awful. But it was, it was 1970s comic style. Stuff just happened. That's the way it worked in comics.
But it wasn't until 2000 when you wrote you published.
Yeah, finally had something worth publishing in 2000. Something that somebody thought was worth publishing enough to pay me for. So that was cool.
Interesting. It's still, we're in 2023.
Yeah, 23.
And I'm just starting to hear about your books.
Yep, I'm terrible at self-promotion.
You're like really good. You're really good at promoting other people's stuff.
It's easier to talk about other people's stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's like yeah, George has been promoting your stuff and Dinale. So that's another thing that George is like, the artwork that he did for Dinale's book is, I think that's like totally different than.
I've watched George draw things from scratch. He's got a variety of styles.
Yeah, and then you got then there's that other book of what was the other book called? That you showed us.
Monsters Next Door.
Stories and then huh? What was it called?
These are the two I showed: Monsters Next Door and Brothers Grimm.
Yeah. But it's a little layout again.
George does back covers on them. He makes them all wraparound covers.
Yeah.
Because he's cool that way.
Yeah. Those books look like they both have different art styles as well.
But then, we've got, where's it at? Where'd I put it? I just had them out. Oh, they're right in front of me here. We're doing, this is a representative hardcover. We're not publishing this one, but we are going to distribute it. This is a hardcover Immortal mask. And, if you like the trade paperback, we have the trade paperback Immortal mask. And if you are a fan of the old 1970s Marvel pocketbook size, we have the pocketbook Immortal mask. Will fit in the back pocket of your jeans. And it's still just like the Marvel pocketbooks were, full color graphic novel all throughout. Just
so that's something that Dinale's got different artists in there. George worked on that some, but there's other artists as well. And in this writer.
All the art that I've seen in here, I don't know if George did all of it or not. No. But I know that I've seen him work on this.
Interesting.
I've seen George work on some of the painted pieces in there, but not the Alex Raymond newspaper strip stuff. That style. That's not him.
I just touched it up. Dinale had me touch up all the pages.
That was the interesting thing, is that like all of a sudden, like after all these years, like Dinale just like, I first saw Dinale on Fanspeak show. He's no longer on there, but then I saw him. I think I didn't know exactly where he went, and then all of a sudden he's streaming with George, and then all of a sudden he's got this comic book. He's like, what was it? Is it 2 or 3 comic books? Or how does that work?
3 issues. 3 issues of the Immortal mask.
Yeah.
And then there's extra stuff in the hardcover.
Oh, cool. And it's like, and that was like out of left field. Like he had this, suddenly had this stuff, this
Well,
book.
the suddenly that you're saying is 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah, 3 years of not promoting. It was an
Yeah,
overnight
I'm
success
not
story. 3
promoting
years
or
in the
saying
making.
anything that,
Yeah.
and then just like, and then he suddenly had this out, and then like because I know there's a lot of, there's.
I got so much stuff out here I've gotten from crowd funds, and I'll look at them like, what the heck is this? I'm like, oh, I remember getting that. Like this cloth covered hardcover here. George, you haven't even seen this.
Oh, that's nice. I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah, Life on Cord. Now, reason I didn't read it when I first got it was because I know the cover artist and I know their address, and I'm like, hey, can I send you this book in a self-addressed stamped package? And you send it back, and they're like, yeah, sure. So Nita Lanning's daughter Jaden did the art on this, so I've got the only one.
That's actually really cool.
These are limited edition, autographed
That's
by
awesome.
Mike Jimmy on the inside. I don't know that they are. I want to say they are numbered. But yeah, they're numbered somewhere because I had to pay attention to the numbering when I shipped them out. Where is that numbering at? Oh, there it is. So yeah, mine is number 19 of 50.
Nice.
I've read them all in their comic book form, so that's why I haven't read the hardcover. I love all of that.
Oh, so you read the stories to begin with?
Yeah, I got them all when they were in comics, and then he was doing the hardcover, and I saw Jaden's cover.
Okay,
I'm like, I'm doing that.
And if it's a limited edition, you might want to be careful with it, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's like, I was doing the shipping for it anyway, and I was like, well, I know the shipping's gonna be cheap to me, so yeah, so put a copy for me in there, and here's the money for it, and
oh, cool, yeah.
And here's the fun thing, is like,
yeah.
there'll be like books that come into me with projects, and I'll be like, oh, this is really nice. Why didn't I get this? And then I'll just write to the writer, and I'm like, hey, how much was it to get this and this and this? And I'm like, well, it was this, but you're putting them together. Why don't you just keep it? I'm like, no, don't put your hand in the client's cookie jar. So one of the things that Mike Jimmy had, junk catch all up there. He did plushies of one of his characters. And I was like, this is a really solidly made plushie, and there's an extra one, and I want it. And he's like, well, okay, and it's got bendable ears you can put in positions. It's kind of cool. And I said, how much? And he's like, well, they were this much, but go ahead and take them. I'm like, no. But I just reduced the amount of the invoice that's going out. So it's like, it's not really costing me money. It's just costing you less money. And I buy it that way. So,
yeah, because you're
shirt from Psycho Killers, Adam Lawson. I'm like, I like that shirt. How much? I took it off the invoice.
You're seeing this stuff because you're the distributor of all these different products.
Yeah, we get
for these different creators. And then you see it, it's like, wow, this looks really cool.
Yeah, like if it sometimes it's acted already. Like
that's the thing, is you figure out a way of getting the costs down for like international shipping and stuff, if I understand.
Costs are down. Cool. I got the Embrace plushie here. This is a big boy. But costs are down for international shipping unless you've got a really big package. Hello, Mr. Price out there. Glad you heard that. He's on the trash compact, not the trash compactor show, the bargain bin show out in CGUK world. But yeah, if it's under £4, Usually I can ship internationally for $20. The biggest packages are like 35. And that's anywhere in the world. And with Australia, if I've got enough of them, I can get it even cheaper because I've got a relay hub out there because Michael Bancroft is doing the same thing that I'm doing, only in Australia. So if I have a bunch of them, then I'll just, package them up and say, hey, Michael, subcontract this out to you.
Yeah, that's the thing with some of these international books is that they can cost quite a bit with the shipping if they're.
Yeah, it can. It can definitely cost an arm and a leg, especially in Canada. There's no way around shipping to Canada stuff. I can't.
I got to restart. Sorry, guys.
Okay. I can't send a bulk of stuff to Canada and say, hey, can you send this domestically to the rest of Canada? Because there's no such country as Canada. It turns out Canada is like a union or it's a dominion. So like
wow.
Alberta and Saskatchewan are like completely different countries. It's an international shipping rate to go from one to the other. So I might as well just go straight there from here.
That's really wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm like, because I tried it. I'm like, why is this not cheaper? In fact, why is this more expensive? It was all explained to me. I was like,
yeah, that doesn't make. I don't know. Canada is like kind of unique in that the U.S. used to have like territories right on the continent. Now our territories are like just like overseas, but
yeah.
And then like except for we got
they're still our territories though. So it's like I had a huge package, like about 40 pounds, going to Guam, and I was like, oh, this is heavy. This is going to be a lot. And it was like a hybrid. It was like it's international, so I still had to print out customs forms and fill out the paperwork on that. But it's a U.S. territory, so the U.S. media mail rate still applied. So it's like cheap international to go to Guam.
So that sounds like it's a different situation than Canada, because I was going to point out that Canada still has, territories right on the North American continent, but they're territories. They're not like
they're not
overseas or anything. They're right there on the continent. It's just they never became provinces.
Yeah, and all those provinces and territories have their own premier. They run their own set of laws, and they are superseding anything that I guess Justin Trudeau kicks out.
It's interesting. It's kind of like it's some kind of like what states. Maybe they're like under the Articles of Confederation or something. I mean, I know Canada has a constitution, but it's interesting because that's what or like kind of like the Swiss cantons or however that's pronounced. Sounds kind of like that. Like the Swiss states.
Yeah. I don't know. I just lick stamps.
Huh?
I don't know how it all works. I just lick stamps and the stuff goes out.
Yeah, that's interesting though. That I don't even understand how it would like. I guess that maybe because if these provinces are so sovereign.
Yep, that's what it is.
That affects their mail system. That's interesting. The postal system. That's interesting.
Well, man, I'm gonna have to leave you. I appreciate you having me on. Fun talking with you.
I'm not sure if like when George restarts his computer, I never know if that means he's coming back or.
Usually not.
It's kind of like when he's got that phone that rings that like sounds like it's from the 1950s or something.
Yeah. Yep. Like phone rings.
Yeah,
got to reboot.
Yeah. Like, what if that was some sort of code?
I'm good.
Well,
I'll see you later,
thanks
man.
for
Thanks, Steven.
going on the channel. It's we've been streaming for so long you can't even
4 hours and 30 minutes.
so I think it's safe to end the stream.
All right, man. Keep on keeping on.
Yeah. I encourage everybody to check out criticalblast.com. One thing RJ also has is different freelancers who do reviews. I believe it's on that same website. My friend Stu lives in the same state as I do. I don't think that's a secret. We talked about it before on air. He's got he's a freelancer for. Yeah, I think RJ's got some other people. That's something I should ask about. Should have asked about Critical Blast and their review aspect of the website, but it's cool. Like I know Stu does movie reviews, all sorts of stuff. Like it's cool indie stuff, and of course there's a critical. There's books that RJ makes and publishes, and there's books he distributes. And then RJ is also a YouTuber. I'm not sure if he's. Another thing I forgot to ask about was Marmalade. Marmalade still has a show. Yeah, he's got this puppet that shows up sometimes. Slim. Yeah, Slim blames the lizard people for it being a long stream. I do too. Yeah, it is. Well, I'll take personal responsibility. Yeah, I should have waited to say goodnight to people, because as soon as I say goodnight on here, it turns out I keep going. So, well, this time I'm gonna say goodnight for real. Looks like we're streaming to Twitch. This looks like Twitch this time instead of Facebook. So something, I don't know why, but if something happened to this stream, you can't find it anymore on. If you watch it on YouTube, can't find it anymore. It should be, instead of like the backup or whatever being on Facebook, you should be able to find it on kick.com. I think it's kick.com / Lorenzo Sleestak, one word. I think that's how it works. Just go to kick.com and do a search for Lorenzo Sleestak. Yeah, might be all one word. Might be two words, but should be pretty easy to find. Also, if you're not easily offended, you might want to check out Hargrave, HARGRAVE, on kick.com. He's been using that more often. The censorship than YouTube. But have an excellent night, everybody. You can find me here on the Sleestack channel every Thursday night. Afternoon, 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 Central, 8 Eastern. And we usually stream to Facebook and Kick.com. This time, instead of Facebook, we stream to Twitch, which doesn't really save a record of the streams. So recommend checking out Kick, because it's a good place. If you it's a good place to stream videos too. It's you show all sorts of stuff there. Yanka fights the zombies. I'm heading out of here. I still watch your videos. I don't catch all of them, but I do catch some of them. I don't typically comment, but Bianca Fights the Zombies has some interesting commentary. Some of it I might vehemently disagree with, but definitely Bianca speaks his mind, and yeah, yeah, I think yeah. If you're not if you're not easily offended, definitely recommend checking out his channel. Just like a completely different opinion. I try to not be in like that. I don't like being in what do we call it? Echo chamber. Yeah, reasonable adults can disagree with other people disagree. Well, yeah, I disagree. No, I'm just joking. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is there's definitely some different opinions on there than what's what you're gonna get from like a very it's definitely not gonna be like what like Mark Hamill is like spouting off on Twitter or one of these like limousine liberals. You're gonna quite the opposite direction of the political spectrum. But still, yeah. If somebody really does have like a very different opinion than mine, even if it's one that just find completely outrageous, I do feel it's good to check it out, and sometimes you'll see, oh, wait a second, okay, all this other stuff this person's saying I disagree with, but maybe this here, is a darn good point, this is actually like a really good point right here, and you miss out on that if you just watch like or read stuff that you or listen to stuff you agree with, like 100% of it. I'm just more because that's when people do that. That's when good chance they're kind of a grifter, that they're just kind of spoon feeding you what you want to hear. And I've watched channels like that. It's definitely wouldn't say that was Bianca's channel. That's quite different. He's gonna make some bold statements, really bold statements. Very well might be offended, but he's going to make good statements, and he's going to have an opinion on things. That's that's kind of refreshing. like sometimes on here I can get a little too wishy-washy because I don't, it's difficult with YouTube especially to speak one's mind, but trying to venture out, be a little, speak my mind more. Daniel, who was on here earlier, doesn't like talking much about politics. I try to be respectful towards that when Daniel's on, but still, it's good. It's you can get a situation where one's either like too timid or maybe a little too opinionated or whatever. But I don't know. Yeah, I'd say that Bianca definitely hosts an opinion channel. But if you know that going into it, if you know, hey, he's going to speak his mind. Might not like it, but he'll at least get you thinking about stuff, and maybe you can formulate your own opinion, and then give him feedback. And I've been just pleasantly surprised at how I could have a totally different take on something, and he is respectful towards me, and I think that's really cool in this day and age. Very mature. So definitely, if you don't like political correctness and aren't easily offended, check out his channel. It's a lot of pop culture commentary stuff. And very critical of the status quo in Hollywood and whatnot, entertainment industry. So take care, everybody. Have a great night, or a great day, whatever time it is, wherever you are.